Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Steven is in the building. What's up, Steven? Welcome in. Let me see. Patty's in the building. What's up, Patty? Welcome into the stream, y'all. Cheese Sandwich, welcome in. Julio, welcome in as well. Y'all, appreciate y'all tapping into the stream today. Welcome in to the live. Rachel, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. If y'all are coming in for the first time, Natio, welcome in as well. If you're coming in for the first time, welcome to the stream. Let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make as well. Trill Vibes, welcome in. Uba, welcome in. Dan, the band, is in the building. What's up, Dan? Good to see you. Thank you for the heartbeat, man. I appreciate you a lot. Zane's in the building. Zane, I feel like it's been a minute. Good to see you in here as well. Astra, welcome in. Alan, DJ Lee, how y'all feeling today? How y'all feeling today? Welcome in. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share it the live with a few people. We're going to get rolling with some music here in just a moment. Iceland and AI music. I would never hate you. Soul Seeker. I would never hate you. I'm not a hater. Could be a lot better. Zane, I'm sorry to hear that, man. My life is crazy, man. Life is crazy. I don't obviously know what you're going through, but I hope that things look up. I hope that things improve for you, man. Things are helping all these folks out getting us this great feedback. Dan, I appreciate you, man. And same to you. I appreciate that a lot. Hayden, welcome in. Samuel, welcome in as well. Yeah, I hope things look up, Zane. Latitude Studio South, good to see y'all. I hope y'all are doing absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful studio right there. Go check them out. Roadblock, welcome in to the chat as well. I appreciate y'all joining the screen. Joining it is on a screen for me. Thanks for joining the stream. Well, once again, if y'all are coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. Let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. Andre, welcome into the stream as well. We'll get moving with hopefully just a few songs today, probably a little bit of a shorter live. Dan with the sparks. Oh my gosh, man. And I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Shout out to Dan, the man, the band over there. What's up, Lunch? Welcome in. Juanlito, welcome in as well. I appreciate you joining the stream. I'm Tommy. Thanks for joining as well. So it's been these days, I lost 2 loved ones in a matter of 2 weeks. Gosh, Zane, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's incredibly unfortunate, man. Let me know if there's any way that I can support you, man. Obviously, I don't have much to offer, but man, I'm so sorry that you're going through that, man. Incredibly challenging. Any opinions about music makers claiming AI should be banned as a tool for making music? AI is not going to get banned. It will be restricted in certain professional mediums and legal mediums. It's not going to get banned in that sense. Unless some major case, comes down from the Supreme Court or something like that. It's not going to be banned, and so I wouldn't be necessarily worried about that. JP Terry, welcome in. But it's going to be it already is. It's already limited from a lot of publishing houses. It's already limited in a lot of distribution houses. It's going to be limited in a lot of legal and professional mediums. But JP, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. But I think that Drawing Room, welcome in. Good to see you. That's gonna be what you see. Is you're just gonna see different companies, different DSPs, different distributors, different publishers taking a stance on what they're willing to pay out for. Even with most major DSPs, there's a lot of limitations, right? Because if anybody out there can just put out an album a day, right? And again, I'm trying not to speak from this from a pro or negative, right? But if anybody out there is able to put out an album a day and get bots or promotion and whatever, and can just blast streams like crazy, and anybody can do that at absolutely any point, how is Spotify supposed to pay out for that, right? A lot of these major DSPs are not profitable. I say that loosely. They're not profitable businesses. And so how are they supposed to, if all of the sudden, you had 1 million songs a week going to platforms, and now you have 55 million songs a week going to platforms, all with an expectation of artist payouts and distribution. How does that work from a business model? So what you're going to see is that a lot of these DSPs are just going to demonetize. They'll be running their own systems in order to look out for AI and stuff like that. And again, this is not necessarily a pro or con. It's just the fact that it's going to be very, very difficult to publish. It's going to be very, very difficult to claim ownership. It already is. It's going to be very, very challenging to get copyright, and it's going to be very, very challenging for you to get payouts. Just because, how would any DSP do that? Like I know people that went from literally never touching, or not know, but I've interacted with in the realm of people that have gone. Let's thank you for the follow. What's up, Derek? Good to see you, man. Have gone from literally never touching an instrument in their life to having 800,000 monthly listeners. And how is Spotify supposed to handle that? It doesn't make any sense. So that's going to be a lot of EXO. Is it Zeri or Zerl? Thank you so much. I can't see from this far. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. MJ, thank you for the follow as well. Though I can't lie. Some AI music just really sounds fire. Yeah, the issue with AI is never going to be necessarily its sound. Right now, it does have its sound. It has difficult processing, high-end information, right? You're going to have a lot of aliasing. You're going to have a lot of artifact as it builds sonic qualities from the ground up. It's going to have a lot of issues on that front, which is, a bit of a telltale when you're listening to stuff like that. But the long-term issue with AI is not going to be whether or not it has the ability to sound good. It's gonna be more of a long term, at least. It's gonna be a publishing. It's gonna be rights. It's gonna be a copyright argument. It's gonna be moral and ethics. There's gonna be a lot, along that line, right? The issue is not can it sound good or will it sound good. That's it's only a matter of time. Like look at the like Will Ferrell or not Will Ferrell, Will Smith. Jesus, the Will Smith. Spaghetti video from like 3 years ago or something like that, and then look at the one they just released. It's it's gonna get better. So that's never the question. It has more to do with what you value, what your priorities are. Has a little bit more to do with what you want out of the arts. What do you want to be a part of the of the kind of atmosphere that surrounds the arts? And so that's a little bit more of what's there. We got Derek in the building. Let's go, Derek. I got you, man. We're gonna move fairly quickly today. Excuse me. Give me a second. It's never ending with these allergies. All right, let me get a couple things updated here. Give me just one moment, y'all, and then we'll get flowing with. I'll explain the live stream and we'll get flowing with some stuff here in just a little bit. So give me a moment and I'll describe the live stream. I'll let y'all know exactly what we do. Yeah, I was like, it's crazy. The issue is never going to be does it sound good or does it like come up with an interesting structure. You know what I mean? Things certain like death. Life, death, taxes, and your allergies. It's a fact, man. Effing Texas, man. 5 Min, welcome back in, man. Welcome back in. Let me 5 Min, let me know if a couple was it a couple days ago if you got my messages on here. Yeah, the allergies are brutal, man. I gotta get out of here. I've got to get out of here, man. It's brutal. I feel like I'm always sick. And I can't escape it. I've been to allergists. I've done, there's only so much that you can do before you have to leave your environment. That is, it's brutal. It's brutal here. I usually get a little bit of, I can't fathom it. There's some hope. There's some people. What's up, Mark Hill? Welcome in, man. There's some people that I've talked to that have found some relief through a couple different services. So I'm gonna try some stuff in the future. But all that just takes money. I know, Derek. I haven't sung tracked vocals in like 5 months because I can't, dude. It's insane. Ryan, welcome in as well. Okay, let me just Satria, thank you for tapping in. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you for joining as well. Is it Al Farrell? What's going on here? I'm getting stuff in my eye. Stuff falling from the ceiling. What's going on here? Goodness, I feel like I'm under attack, dude. Yeah, MJ, it's brutal, man. I'm in Texas. And we're always like top 5 worst allergy cities on the planet. Whatever. Constantly, it's horrible here, man. It's horrible. Okay, let's get into some music, y'all. Let's go ahead and dive into some stuff. Let me give my spiel. Let me give my spiel here, y'all, and then we'll get rolling here. Quarksore, welcome in as well. Cars covered in pollen. Mark Hill, dude, I feel like I'm like just not feeling well. All that I go, it's brutal, man. It's brutal. For those of you who have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I appreciate y'all being here so much. If you have never been here before, what we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen, long form consultations on the structure of your music. So we are diving into your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric, and song structure. We're going to get into the details and the nuances of what you do creatively and practically in the structure of your music. Like I said, these are 20 to 30 minutes per song or production that we listen to. We will listen to your song, usually 2 or 3. Dude, it is Quark. It is literally like right now. It's what is it? It's March 27th, right? It's March 27th. Our oak trees are so confused here that half the oak trees, like in our yard and outside and stuff, they have like pollen being blown everywhere right now because it's spring here. It's like 40 degrees one day, 90 the next day. They're so confused that literally the other half of the like oak trees here, they're like turning brown like it's fall. Like they're just now dropping leaves. Dude, it's so crazy. Like we look outside and it looks like it's fall. And it's the middle of March. I mean, then half the other trees are like blooming and like releasing pollen. It's insane. It's insane. Like the weather we're in San Antonio. The weather in San Antonio, the weather in South Texas is so incredibly like confusing to like our ecology here. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And because of that, we have horrible allergies nearly year round. It's like it never lets up. Anyways, so these are 20 to 30 minute consultations. We're going to go into your track for about 20 to 30 minutes. We're going to listen to it 2 or 3 different times in order to get into those details that I talked about. Like I said, mix, production structure, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting and structure, stuff like that. This is not a quick review. There is no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls, nothing like that. It is very specifically a 30-minute long-form detailed analysis and consultation on the structure of your music. If that is interesting to you, if that was something that you feel like would be valuable, you can go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow the steps there. Kylan, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Let me see a couple other things here really quick as well. Plus some side quests when you get up to, that's very true. That's very, very, very true. I won't say politics. No, I don't think I did. I might have, MJ. These days, it's on my brain. It's on my brain. I get hit with the cedar really bad. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for about 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the structure of this live stream, the perspective of this live stream is from that direction and pointed in that direction, where we're here to really talk about the details of your music. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm also not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. If that happens, if the algorithm kicks off and you get exposure, you get new fans, fabulous. I love it. But that's not my priority. That's not what I'm trying to do. That it might be a byproduct if that happens to happen or not. I don't really care. My goal is to bring value, give you some actionable feedback, give you a professional long form breakdown and consultation. So if that would be valuable to you, then go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow the details there. I'm not going to be on for very long tonight. And like I said, each of these breakdowns are about 20 to 30 minutes long. So it's thank you for the heartbeat, Miranda. It's good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. It's going to be maybe like 5 songs. Like it's not going to be very long, even though each of those 5 songs is going to be like 20 to 30 minutes long. So anyways, if you would like to submit, you definitely can. If you want to check the line, order, minimum, stuff like that, you can find it on the other platforms that we're live on right now, which you can also find at my link as well. It's going to be the purple and red app. You can use your imagination. Razor, good to see you, Razor. I hope you're doing fantastic. All right. If you're over on TikTok, though, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and don't forget to send your heart me. It really does help out the live stream. We're going to get into our first track. We got Derek Bennett in the building. But once again, if you want to submit, if you want to read through the details of the live stream beyond what I just spoke, or even beyond just kind of checking what we're doing here, you can find all that in my profile if you click on the link. Wubsy's in the building. What's up, Wubsy? It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fabulous today. I hope your projects are going well as well. EETU, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Sounds good? Sounds good, Derek. You know me, fairly quick. Could be 15 minutes, could be 48. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We got Derek in the building. Let's run it. Let's run it. This is Doxology. This is a rework of an old hymn, I believe. Let's get into it. This is Derek Bennett. He's an amazing producer and composer, writer as well. So if you like what you hear, tap in with him. Let's get into this first consultation. We'll keep these flowing. Wubsy, thank you so much for the heart me, man. I appreciate that a lot. Almost finished. Actually, paint, carpet, and trim is all I have. Let's go, dude. I love it. All right, we got Let's see, Derek Bennett here. All right, let's get it. I got you downloaded. This is Doxology by Derek Bennett. Derek, you know the deal. If you have any other details, drop it in the chat. We'll be ready to go. Is it Thizzy? I don't see a name, but I see Thizzy right there. Don't spam the chat. If you want to submit, everything's at my profile. But if you spam the chat, unfortunately, you'll get muted, and I would hate for that to happen. I want you to be able to contribute to the chat. So don't spam it. But if anybody wants to look at the details of the live stream beyond what I say throughout the live, just go to my profile and click on the link. All right, let's go. Okay, nice. Ooh, okay, DBizzy. Okay. Yeah. That choir turned out great, man. Very cool. Is that the whole track? You said it was short. Yeah. Yo, show some love. That is the family. That's Derek Bennett right here in the chat. We're about to dive into some music. I'm excited. Justin, if anybody wants to check the line, the order, and the minimum, you can find it on the other platforms that we're live on right now. It's gonna be the purple or red app, but you can find it at my link as well. The line is over there. Thizzy, do not spam the chat. If you spam it again, I will mute you. I do not want to mute you. I want you to contribute, but you keep spamming. So please stop spamming or you will get muted. I want y'all to contribute. I just don't want you to spam. I know other lives tell you to spam so that you can boost their engagement. That's not what we do here. It's not what we prioritize. Justin, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And if anybody wants to check the lines are always up on the other platforms, the red app and purple app. You can find them at my link as well. That's why they're always up over there. I've had some issues with putting it on TikTok where TikTok doesn't like it, so I don't do it over here. Is it Beardy? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Okay, Derek, let's get into it. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, if you're wanting to submit for a consultation like we're about to get into, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you in line, ready to go. We're just kicking things off. This is our first track of the day. Derek sits on the, it's super short already. I made it longer. Okay, nice. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited too. This is the Doxology remix. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited to dive in. This is Derek Bennett, by the way. If you're looking for productions like this, if you want like a cinematic, he even gets into some metal stuff. He gets into some more contemporary stuff. If you are looking for a really great producer in this genre, I would reach out to Derek Bennett. He's been doing some really cool work. All right, let's get into it. What is kind of your placement of a record like this? I'm kind of curious about that as well. Obviously, this is realistically past fades at the end. You're at about a minute 35. Minute 35, right? That's short. Is this kind of like a Selah? Is this kind of like an interlude on an album, an EP or LP? Like, is this, what is kind of, or an intro or an album outro, something interesting like that? Let me know. I'm kind of curious just based on like the positioning of a track like this. I have an entire project of these old hymns. This would be ooh, okay, cool. I think you've sent me one other one, right? Yeah, you sent me one a week ago or a couple days ago, something like that too. So that's interesting. You're kind of doing a whole reworking of these projects. They usually start church services with this song traditionally. Let's go. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details. I'm excited, man. It's got a great production structure already. It's time. Yeah. Hey, you never know. Mine will not start a church service. I don't know, man. I could see I wouldn't put it past the church, man. I wouldn't put it I could see you starting this could start a service at like one of those mega churches or something. You know what I'm saying? Like some Easter production, some crazy you like they hired Hans Zimmer to do their opener or something. You never know, man. You never know with some of these churches. You might be opening more services than you think, man. All right, let's run it from the top. Exactly. Hilarious. Gambino, welcome in. Like the dynamic range here. Dynamic range is really, really key, especially in such a short song. It's actually one of the things I kind of want to look at. You said this was an intro, right? Let me just back up for a second here. This would be the intro. Okay, right. Yeah, this would be the intro. Okay, I'm going to back it up here, look, because one of the things that I'm curious about is there, as an intro especially, there being enough like dynamic space for this to ebb and flow a little bit more, so that it's not like as soon as this comes in, this is, 6 seconds in, boom, and we get this for the vast majority of it. As an intro to an album, I'm kind of curious if it wouldn't be helpful to at least maybe stay in this low for another because this is not the high streamed pop song. You know what I mean? That's like, that's going to get you like the most numbers outside of it, like having viral content attached to it or something interesting like that. It would be nice to build this energy a little bit more. So I'm kind of curious. Off the G minor. I like that. I like the move right there too. Like I kind of want, personally, this is literally just the way my brain's working right here. I kind of want like another 4 measures. What's up, Retrack? Good to see you, man. I kind of want another 4 measures of like anticipation and some like dynamic buildup here that doesn't feel like we're like, boom, we're here. This is already the climax of the song. And then you get kind of in the B section right here. This is already gets super big. Secondary, very climactic moment here as well. Is it Taiga? Thank you so much, Taiga or Taiga. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. All of the details are at my profile. If you click on the link and then just read through and follow the details there, we'll get you in line, and we'll be ready to go here. We're just listening to our first song. We're just getting things flowing here. Dun, 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 dun. Then really quick. What's up, Kay? Welcome in. I think someone just I don't know who this is, but I think someone just sent in through the contact form on the website. Go to the Track Talk submission. Click on Track Talk or submit or whatever it says there at the link, and then read through and follow the steps there. Don't go to the contact form. You'll just send it to that email. Credits below that, so on and so on. Escal, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Okay, let me back this up a little bit. So yeah, I'm just curious how this would feel if you went another 4 measures on this hold right here. So we start here. It's got a cool energy to it. Again, this is unmixed. We can balance those drums in so they're not too prominent. They just give you a little bit of like the heartbeat behind it, get a little bit of anticipation there. And then we spread this out another 4 measures with like one additional little pluck in there, one additional little piece of texture or percussion to help slowly build that energy and then push the energy quite a bit farther going into this first breakdown. So it doesn't feel like you're like already like it's the intro to the album and you're 6 seconds in and then you're boom, like you're locked in. You're already at a very, very high dynamic moment. It would be nice to like, if this is the intro to the album, to give us some anticipation, give us a little bit more dynamic range, give us maybe a little bit more time to kind of ease into the energy of the song before we completely shock, right? So I'm a fan of the shock factor a little bit, but I am also just keeping in mind that it is like the first song on a record, and you want people to kind of familiarize themselves with kind of the energy behind the structure of your song. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps right there, and we'll get you up on the board. Quark, are your initials GT? GT. Songbird, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Are your initials GT? Let me know. I'm assuming that might be you. Let me know that way I can make sure I at least send you to the right place. I'll keep it playing. Let me know if it is GT, not GT. Just for not clone. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Then maybe either way, I don't have a submission. Whoever GT is, whoever initials GT is, they sent in through the contact form on the website, not the submission form. If anybody wants to submit, just make sure you go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all of the details. If you did read through and follow all of the details, I'll get notified, and we can throw you straight up on the board right away. I only have Derek from that notification pool, so I'll just make sure that y'all are following both of the steps. Okay. Let's get back into this really quick. So I think that dynamic range is important. I think that's going to give you a little bit more energy when this happens, when these drums really fully hit, the choir comes in. It's going to matter even more that energy is inserted into the mix because you've given us some time to desire it. You've given us a little bit of time to kind of adapt to the sonics and kind of hear what we're hearing before you kind of, drop the whole dynamic range right there. Joel Stewart, welcome in. I love the little counter with the choir in the background as well. That's really nice. Yeah, this is great, man. Your sound design is awesome. This is a really, really impactful production here as well. I'm excited, man. This is great. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm going to back it up here. I want to get into this lower dynamic moment here just for a second as well. I mean, you do sit there for a little bit of time, but it's a little bit static as far as like you go down and then all of a sudden you slowly, there's, volume automation on your string arpeggio kind of in the background. Whoop, not that. What am I? Wrong keys. You have kind of the arp at the top there with those strings right there. That's like immediately introduced, and then your like dynamics kind of go straight from there. So the buildup is kind of static from start of this section right here till it kicking in at the very end. You never just sit in this particular like dynamic of the production for too long at all. I think it would be nice to like not even start that arpeggio to like this that arpeggio until the second half, right? Like just hit this. Right, just a full, let it go for like the full 4 measures and then like start to build up for the next 4, 2 to 4 measures from there. So there's actually like a segment of the song where it feels like you're just in that moment, not constantly growing to the next one or like constantly moving into the next one. It would be nice to just have that moment where things sit in this dynamic. We can just feel the emotion of this moment, feel that dynamic drop that happens right there after this huge hook. Like let this swell down for another 1, 2, 3, and then just let it settle. See, immediately, we're getting those like 16ths in the background or 30 seconds in the background that are pulling us into the next section, as opposed to just like living for, 4 measures. like, and just sitting in this emotion for a moment, and then on a B section, introducing that movement in those 30 seconds at the top. So you actually get this like kind of A and B section to the little breakdown right here. I just feel like when I'm hearing this in the intro, I'm hearing it on the kind of the interlude between these two, what I guess I'll call a hook or a chorus right here, they're so fleeting. So immediately it's just high energy, or constantly building towards high energy, as opposed to just kind of living there from it. Like same with the intro. This lives here for a second, and then we're launching straight into it. There's a ton of energy. We're building dynamics like crazy, and then your B section here is immediately right. So like I want to live in these moments for a second. It's going to make your dynamics a lot more impactful. Yeah, you're at without the tail right here faded, you're at a minute 35. Sure, we'll be at a minute 45 or a minute 50. I think that's perfectly fine, especially because this is actually like, excuse me, you do actually have a song structure. It's not like an instrumental intro. You do have like 2 hooks or 2 choruses here that you're getting into. Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. Gosh, I need more water. Anyways, you do have some time to play with here, right? It's not like this is 3 minutes and 14 seconds. We're trying to compartmentalize and really hone in from there. It's a minute 35 of actual music, right here in the middle, right? What do you mean by your music? Music that you participated in. If you're a songwriter, you're a producer, you're a musician, you're an artist, you are a vocalist, you're an engineer, or you did that for another artist for hire, and you want to showcase some of the things that you're doing or talk in depth about the things that you're doing, then that's what this live stream is all about. We do consultations for artists, producers, musicians, songwriters, engineers, so on and so on. You are not nothing, Sasa. You are someone, and you are valuable. So yeah, this is typically for artists and producers and songwriters and engineers and stuff like that, in order to give them some tools and give them some actionable feedback on the structure of their music. So we spend about 20 to 30 minutes digging into that. Is it the Sick and Jemmy Show? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, we spend about 30 minutes breaking down these songs for those people in those different categories. Go through their track usually 2 or 3 different times in order to really get into those details. Carl, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let me back this up here. But like once you get into that arpeggio, that that little movement right there, beautiful. Like there's a lot of energy there that I do think is incredibly well structured. It just needs its moment, right? Like it just needs to, we need to desire it a little bit more. We need to push it down the road just another 2 to 4 measures in order to create a little bit more dynamic range there. And then I think you'll be good to go. You're gonna take this from a minute 35 to a minute 48, a minute 52. Who cares, right? That's still very, very quick. Absolutely cool. Absolutely. Any genre, any style, any language, any quality, any level of preparation. People submit like this is an unreleased track. This is an unmixed track. A lot of people send stuff they need work on. That's kind of the structure of this live stream. It's kind of the point of it. What's up, Glitch? Welcome in. So a lot of people will send in unreleased stuff for that reason. You can send in finished stuff. It gives me an idea of what finished looks like to you and what that sounds like to you. But a lot of people submit unreleased, unmixed, like works in progress, so that they can get an ear on it before sending it to distribution or before sending it to their engineer or before going to the studio to work on song structure and song formatting and stuff like that. So you can absolutely send in metal. You can send any style, any level of quality. All right, let's keep it moving. And then really quick, for anybody that does want to submit for a consultation like we're doing here, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Hey, thank you so much. Is it Sick and Jemmy? I appreciate that so much. Thank you for saying that. But do you have tips on the guitar? Yeah, absolutely. I played guitar since I was about. I'm not some phenomenal. I'm pretty decent guitarist. I'm not a phenomenal shredder guitarist, but I've played guitar since I was 8 years old. I have a bunch of them here in the studio, electric, acoustic, and bass guitars. So yeah, if you need help with guitar structure, underlines, counter melodies, building structure and progressions for your songs, whatever it is. I work as a session musician, so I do a lot of like hardware and analog synths in my session work, but I get hired for guitar all the time too. But yeah, I would never claim to be like, oh, guitar. Some people are like guitarists, like in the same way the same people are like singers. They can sing, and then other people like are good singers. I'm talented enough and have done it for a long enough time and have enough of an understanding of music theory, since that's my background as a classical pianist, to really know how to build some stuff out. But yeah, I'll help in any way that I have the capacity to. I would love to. All right, let's go, Derek. Welcome in. thing here. Same thing here. I just want to optimize dynamic range here. So you have this kind of like sheathing effect, right? Shing, right? You have this like almost like sword coming out effect here in the background as well. D&B, welcome in as well. You have this, I mean, again, some cool sound design, some cool Foley and stuff in the background. I think the choir sound amazing. I think you did a great job. J-Trap, welcome in. I think you did a great job. There's a lot of cool stuff some cool stuff happening here in the background as well. In that little transition where you have this like, what sounds like a sword coming out of a sheath, kind of a feel right here. I would try to tie that in a little bit more, a little bit better right here. I don't know if there's enough of a break of energy or enough of a shift in energy afterwards for that effect to really do anything for me, right? It's like, it's there and like, oh, I hear a cool thing. And then we're kind of just like back where we started. Anytime there's like a dramatic change in like transition in sound design, transition in like production structure and stuff like that, try to make what comes after it feel like it matters that it's there, right? Whether it's a change in time signature, Sour, welcome in, Real, welcome in, a change in feel, a change in sound design, change in dynamic, stuff like that. Anything you'd add to the back half? Yeah, let's look at that really quick after that, because to me, it's like after that little point right there where it's a little static. It's a little reserved past that point that I think we need to open it up somehow so it matters that there's like a random sword effect, right? And then what did that offer you after that dynamically is what I would look for. Like right there, that's where, and again, the engineer can do some of this. It just depends on what's baked into your tracks when you send them sessions and stuff like that. But I would like dry a lot of things up. Like, you're still getting a lot of like long Hall reverbs and stuff like that, where like a lot of this still tails through that break. There's still like some delays and reverbs and some like chord resolutions and stuff that are happening in the background, where when that break happens, it's like I hear the drum stop, because those are obviously one of the most dynamically impactful parts of the production right there. I hear them stop, but there's still like a lot of energy in the mix, right? There's still a lot of noise in the mix. So that's where I would like chop some things and like fade them really, really, really tight right there. Dry up some of the reverbs on the auxes and stuff like that. Just kind of cut everything short right there to create a more impactful drum transition right there. Demas, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Ace Beam, you as well. Appreciate you tapping in. Create a little bit more dynamic range right there, just because it's like it almost like doesn't lock in tight enough right there to warrant the transition and the sound effect and the next thing that comes. So definitely like dry some of that up so that feels a little bit more sharp, a little bit more impactful. Yaka, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Agree the effect needs to be right before or after a drop, silent break, some breathing sound before the choir starts again after it would be cool. Yeah, I feel that 100%. I don't disagree. Jeff Curry's in the building. What's up, Jeff? Welcome in. So here. So like I would almost like maybe... Yeah, there's no break in the drums either. It's boom, boom, right? It's the same. Ba, 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 boom. You get like the low, like digital low tom fill going right into your next breakdown right there. Find some creative ways, kind of like what Yucko was talking about, to like cut some of the energy. Either don't do the roll in after that. Cut even a little bit earlier, maybe. Like you could even cut there. You have a count in between, and then a breath, and then boom, and then you hit it really hard after that. Like manipulate this little pocket right here. You got a second and a half of information that I think if you like mold it and you hone in on it a little bit, it's gonna be a lot more impactful right there. And then small changes to sound design on the B section right here. Miles, they absolutely can. If anybody wants to submit your music at all, you can go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board. Leonard, welcome in. Is it Dodie or Dottie? Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Aaron, you as well. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, everything's at my profile on the link. Okay, let's keep it going. Dodie, okay, perfect. Dottie. So what you could do here really easily. So here's your like high arpeggio, right? That's your high arp right there. That's kind of carrying most of your energy. If you were to boost it, if you were to boost this a little bit, man, thank you for the follow, Doti. I appreciate it. If you were to boost the energy here, one of the easiest ways you could probably do that would be to counter this melody with a double track of the same thing on a synth on the left side. Because right now you have a bias of probably 50 to 75% to the right side with this high. really nice arpeggio that you have on the right side. And I love what it's doing. I love where it's sitting. It needs to be balanced, it needs to be mixed. You can come out with a little bit better clarity there. A little bit less mud will happen in the mix of this track as well. And I would love to hear that balance. So one easy way, it's like when you start a rock song with like a single track guitar on the left side, and then you go into like the intro Foley and you add in the one on the right side, it wakes the whole thing up. You could do the same thing here of like adding that same arpeggio or a harmony, a third note harmony. Yeah, you could kind of do a harmony over the top here too. Yeah, you could do some harmonies, but honestly, I think probably the easiest way to do this would just be to like, really quick, I'm just going to pan this piano. It's going to sound like shit, but you'll get the idea. I'm just going to pan the piano, pan the piano all the way to the left, so you can kind of hear what I'm talking about. And you can just counter on the B section. After that sheathing happens, you could add another, well, so far. I got you, life. I got you. Sorry, man. We've been busier than this week has been insane. So I'll get back to that on ASAP. It's been insane. We've been all over we've barely been home the last couple days. I haven't been live. We've been going crazy. Okay, that's a little better. Viri, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's good, but also crazy. It's some of it's good and some of it is like overwhelming. So there's pros and cons. But yeah, we haven't been home much in the last couple of days. Okay, let's back this up here a little bit, and from here, and then we'll add in the kind of B section on the left side, right? Here. You can add the counter to it. Now, there's not a lot of clarity right now. There's not a lot of space right now, but that just needs to happen in the mix, right? Some in the sound design, but some in the mix structure where we need to start creating some space for some of these different elements to kind of sit in the mix right here. Just you have a lot of prominence within like your basses and drums and like lower pads and stuff like that. But I do think it would be nice if you just want to, again, we're talking about stair-stepping dynamics. Let me get this back to center. If we're stair-stepping dynamics a little bit, we're trying to just build a little bit more energy. You can do that really, really easily by just adding the double track of one of your isolated elements that's already panned and just kind of wake up the mix like that a little bit. It'll make that melody feel a lot lighter. I would do that with probably either another string that's easy. You could do it with another string like a spiccato or even just like a short stab on the string as well. What's up, Jenna? Welcome in. You could do something like that on the left side to just kind of rebalance out the mix with the strings right there. And or you could do it with like a kind of sharp, plucky sawtooth synth on the left side right there that gives you kind of a counter to the spiccatos on the right side. So that feels maybe a little bit more engaging right there. But that'd be like the last little thing that I think could like help reopen this again, a little bit more, right? Just give it a little bit more energy, and all while trying to rebalance how you like isolate that sound design on that transition, since the energy doesn't move enough right there for that to really, really matter. So that to me is a big part of it. Okay, let me get into this outro really quick. Yeah, once again, quick reminder, Andrea too, thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. I see people just as we go asking about songs in the chat. If anybody would like to submit, just go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. If you read through and follow all the details, I will be notified. We'll get you up on the line, ready to go. I'm only taking like 4 or 5 more songs if I can get there. 4 or 5 more songs today. So it's going to be Blackbird, welcome in. Yikes, welcome in. It's going to be short and sweet today. Not a very long live stream. I might be on for a little bit tomorrow. I'm not positive. It's going to be fairly short and sweet today. I'm doing pretty good, Jenna. Doing pretty good. We've been very, very, very busy. Again, pros and cons. Like I was saying to life. Very, very, very busy. Some things are just like overwhelming. Kind of building business stuff in the background of trying to do all of the different things that we do for the business. At the same time, it's also a good thing to stay busy with the thing that you're building. But it's just been one of those, like the last like 4 days, like last 4 or 5 days has just been like a lot. It's just been a lot of stuff going on. Angel, thanks for tapping in as well. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate it. Okay, Derek, let's close out this last section here. But I think for me, this is all about dynamic range. This is all about letting the song live in its moments and don't get out of these dynamics too quickly so that you never feel the emotion within them. Like allow us to settle into some of these moments and then pull us out of it and give us some anticipation. I think if it's constantly just like shifting too dramatically, I mean, you'll see this even in like house and EDM and stuff like that, where like the dubstep step, there'll be these huge drawn out buildups, right? But if the song like introed and then was all of a sudden, you like, if the song like played piano for like 7 seconds, and then all of a sudden you just started hearing risers and like reverse reverbs and stuff, you'd be like, oh, okay, we're there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we're already there. we're already building up, as opposed to like building energy, building emotion, building some like trust. You know what I mean? Like building some trust in the sound and the vocals that are there, whatever it may be, right? Building some trust, between the listener and your music before you give them something that's really, really crazy. And again, this is the same for like cinematic music. This is the same for EDM, and like in any big instrumental structure. I think it's really, really important to build anticipation, build some emotion, build some trust in the song. And then of course you can give them a little bit more energy. Now, how you do this varies all the time. All the time. How you do this is going to be really dependent on the genre, the structure of the song, how this particular song structure fits within a longer like LP or an EP. So that's going to be some of the stuff you have to figure out as well. But this being an intro, I think we need some time. I think we need some build up. The choir sounded great. That came out great, man. That came out really, really engaging. Y'all, show some love. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is the family. That is the family. That is the family. That is Derek Bennett music right here in the chat. If you do not know Derek Bennett, please tap in with him. Yeah, dude. I mean, have I heard them before? I know you've been talking to some choirs. You're trying to work some stuff out fairly recently. I don't know if that's my first time that I've heard them. Like I've actually heard them on a record beyond you just saying that you were trying to get some people involved with it. But that was killer. I mean, absolutely killer, man. Really, really well done. Third song I've done with them. Okay. Have I heard them? Or is this my first time? Maybe I have, dude. I don't know. I hear so much music. Who knows? Yeah, you've heard. We heard M. Okay, gotcha. I was like, hold on. Sorry, my brain was not braining right there. I was like, you've heard Weak M. Okay, perfect. Okay, I was gonna say, like, man, it sounds. I remember talking about it a lot. I just can't remember each individual record that we've had them on. But y'all show some love to Derek Bennett. Once again, that was produced. That wasn't written by him. This is, probably written, 400 years ago or something. But the structure of that production, that whole structure that you're hearing right there, was Derek Bennett. So if you like the sound of that production, Will, welcome in. If you like the sound of that production, if you like the energy behind what you're hearing there, please show some love to Derek Bennett. Will, thank you for the follow. Go show some love to Derek Bennett. He's an amazing producer, composer, friend of the live Living Mind. So definitely show some love and support to the family. Retrack, quick reminder, you got some 10 if you want to throw yourself up on the board right now. Let me know. Let me know if you want to get up on the board as well. Mike Booth in the building. Talsman, welcome in as well. Quick reminder that if you do want to submit for a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultation like we're doing here, where we spend about 20 to 30 minutes listening to your song 2 or 3 different times to really get into those details, get into the nuances, get into the structure of it, for those 20 to 30 minutes, then go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the steps there, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. Let me see, is Media Vibe in here? I have a couple people that emailed that, but I didn't get submissions from. So I'm trying to just go through some of the ones that I have here to make sure that y'all are where you're supposed to be. Let me see. Not that. And then yeah, Retrack. Let me know if you want to go up, man. I got you, and I'll get you more as well, man. Let's go, Archie. Good luck. Amazing. Wishing you the best of luck, man. Absolutely. Hold on. And then got you. Yeah, no worries. Archie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And then where's GT? Where'd GT go? I'm looking for GT. I was looking for them earlier. Trying to make sure that they're in the right place. If your initials are GT, let me know where you're at. Was that, wait. Will I get like demonetized for that? I didn't even mean to do that. I didn't even mean to do the McDonald's jingle. Like, I feel like I should make one of those videos like, if the McDonald's theme song was a wedding song or something like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do the last note right there. That's too jazzy. Will someone? Okay, let me double check here. Let's see. Okay, double check that you follow really quick. Just double check that you follow. I can't help it. It's baked in. I've been marketed to so often. Okay, let me see here really quick. Yeah, make sure that you follow both of the steps. I do have your email. Will, but just double check really quick. And then Quark. I don't have any spam. Hold up, wait a minute. Let's see. Shout out to 10K likes. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live. Let me see. Okay, so Will, I have your email. And Quark, I don't think, unless you sent it to the contact form. I do know Jake. I don't know if I know the song. I could probably play by ear. You didn't send it to the, okay, so the only email that I have is Will. But I have like 5 people that said they submitted. So just double check, and then Will, I only have the email. So just double check that y'all did read through all of to the talk address. Okay. Double check that you copied it over correctly. Just really quick for me. Double check that you copied it over correctly. And then just make sure that y'all do read through all the details from the top to the bottom where you send in. Make sure that you read through all of those details so you can make sure that we're all on the same page, that everything's lined up, and we're moving in the same direction here. Because I have a couple people that for whatever reason I'm not getting the other part. So, or let's see here. It's just lagging. Yeah, TikTok's tricky lately, man. TikTok's been in a weird spot lately. I don't know. It's been weird. They've been giving me like very strange like limitations and stuff like that, where it's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's a little weird. All right. We're back. Nicholas, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head. Quark, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Now it's stuck in my head. Okay, I'm gonna wait a second for Will and Quark just to make sure that we get all of that locked in. Shelly's in the building. What's up, Shelly? Welcome in. How can I send it through? So Will, you have the email. I have your email. Just make sure that you, so anybody if there's anybody in here that wants to submit, go to my profile, just click on the link there. There's the link tree. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all of the steps in the submission right there. You'll see the email to send in. You'll see where credit is, to make sure that we get you in line with everyone else. And I have a bunch, I'm hoping for Exit to be back too, and a couple other people. I have a bunch of people that I saved when the line was crazy the other day, so I want to make sure I get them in here as well. Exit, Hollywood, Naya, Horacine, Leo, Bemi, Akio, Gutter Pixie, Cold Dawn, John, Bobby, and Soul Medicine. I'm hoping we can get them back in here as well. Ooh, don't do that. What's up, Benjamin? Welcome in. Let's see. I don't know if some things are just taking a while to come in or what the deal is, because I'm not seeing what y'all are seeing, which is weird, which is not typical. Outside of Will, if it's is it a wave? Quarksaur? Joyful's in the building. What's up, Joyful? Just a YouTube link? Then it's not going to the right place. So yeah, double and triple check the the email again. Is it Nymphia? Thank you so much for the likes. I appreciate you a lot. I have Will's email, but still not a full submission. And a Mr. Misdemeanor. I appreciate you tapping in as well. Welcome to the live. So I have Will's email, but I don't have the full submission. And then for whatever reason, Quarks is not coming in, and I still don't know where GT is. Thank you for the follow, Misdemeanor. I appreciate you. But I don't do. Let's get 50 shares. That's right. That's right, Jenna. That shouldn't be a problem. We get people all over, and we've done this live for well over 3 years now. I've taken in thousands of submissions, quite literally, and that shouldn't be an issue at all. We get people all over the world, all over the place. That shouldn't be the issue. It's usually like 99% of the time. It's usually that there's like an extra S or a dot or something in there that's not supposed to be there. So that and then I've had people like, man, I sent it 4 times, and then they go back and check the 5th time and they put an extra S or something. Yes, I'm here, TikTok. Detected inactivity. Why does this keep happening to me? TikTok is also just being super glitchy, so I don't know exactly what's going on. Mr. Misdemeanor, thank you so much for tapping in. I really appreciate you hopping into the live stream. So these aren't exactly reviews. These are like 20 to 30 minute long consultations. So every artist, producer, musician, engineer that sends in, or people that represent those people or work with those people send in. We spend about 20 to 30 minutes going through the track or instrumental or production, whatever it is, usually 2 or 3 different times to get into the production elements, sound design, mix and master, lyric and song formatting, stuff like that. We spend, I would say, anywhere from like 20, 25, 30 minutes breaking it down in order to really get into those details. So if you do want to submit, I just don't want people to think that it's like a free line and a 5 skip, and I listen to your song for a second, give it a rating and a quick review, and then we move on. It's a long form, really detailed analysis, really long form breakdown. So if anybody wants to, for that to happen, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps there, and we'll get you up on the board. I'm just waiting on, I don't know why it's like, so I don't know if I need to reset. TikTok keeps giving me this warning that it's like we're inactive. It's happened the last like 3 or 4 live streams. They've given me like suspensions. I don't know what's going on. It's apparently, I know a couple other people that are like really big like live streamers on here. They stream like a couple times a week or nearly every day. Some of them that have a lot of followers, and they're also getting suspensions for like nothing. They'll just be like sitting there, and then they get a suspension. And so I keep getting warnings for inactivity. While I see people are joining, they're chatting a little bit. I see likes on the screen. I'm here talking. I don't know what's going on, but TikTok is quirky AF right now, and I'm not positive what's going on. If anybody knows, let me know. Bricks, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Daphne, welcome in as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. Maybe I need to do a reset or something. I'm not positive. I don't know what's going on. I just don't want it to like limit things. I'm not sure. Aisha, welcome in. I appreciate you joining the stream. What's you, Jenna? What's you? Mike Hawk is in the building. What's up, Mike? Welcome in. I don't know if your comment got, Keegan, welcome in as well. I don't know if your comment got limited or anything like that. And if y'all are coming in for the first time too, if there's any new faces in here, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here. If y'all are joining for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. Let me know if you make music, what kind of music you make. MWBM, bye to you as well. Goodbye. Kadik, welcome in. Welcome in. You... Hold on. Torvik is awesome, amazing at what he does. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate you so much. Hi from Bali. Let's go. Shout out to Bali. Welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. Bruno's in the building. What's up, Bruno? Welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you being here. I would love to go to Bali. Simp Miku, thank you so much for tapping into the stream today as well. Y'all, welcome to Track Talk. I appreciate y'all joining in. I'm still trying to figure out a few things. I'm still trying to figure out like what's going on here. TikTok's been a little funky, y'all. A little funky. Has been for a while since you know what happened. All right, let me double check a few things here. Let me refresh over here as well. I think the other platforms are fine, but even there. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Let's see what's happening over here. Jenna, is this still, let me also, Endless Taverns, welcome in as well. Star, welcome in. I appreciate you joining. Welcome to the stream. Top 3 favorite mics. Like if you're talking, if I could have any mic, like if I could have any 3 mics or that I have personally used, because those are probably 2 different stories. If I could have any microphone or any that I've been in the vicinity of and worked with people that use, that I know, and some that I have used, some that I do know and love, personally used, that I've personally used would probably be, this is probably one of them, to be honest. Because I have a dream. I was like, I know my dream locker, but my dream locker is like $80,000 worth of 3 mics that we don't got, that I have personally used. Probably 67 is probably at the top of the ones that I've personally used. A vintage U67. Then probably, this is probably up there. I really like, this is an M147 tube, Neumann M147 tube. I love it. And then I've used, I'm going to go a different direction. Favorite mics, different direction. That's not just like expensive and has tubes. I got one over here. I've got a couple. Hold on. Excuse me. I got a couple of these. Let's see. Focus. M420 or MD421. This is a Sennheiser MD421. I have 2 of these. I use these on stuff all the time. I've used these on guitar cabs. Yeah, 421. I've used them on, right now I have them on my drums. I have 2 of them set up on a low end, on my toms. That's typically what I use them for. I love this mic on toms. I love this mic on, I've used it on snare before, but preferably toms usually. I've mic'd up guitar cabs with it, guitar amps. I love it. I think it's a fantastic microphone. As far as the dynamic microphones go, I love it. So yeah, that I've personally used, that are some of my favorites. That one, again, we're talking about a $400 mic or something like that. It's not, it's not an expensive microphone, but for what it does, I just think it does it in such a beautiful way. It's got a really, really great sound to it. It just handles noise so well. It handles a lot of energy really, really well. Sometimes I'll go between like a pair of C414, I think it's XL2s on toms, and then I kind of always just go, I don't have the 414s anymore, but I kind of go to the 421s all the time. So sometimes, the 67 was at a studio I was at a long time ago. That was probably one of the best sounding. That's on my bucket list regardless. Like I would love to get a vintage 67. It just sounds out of the box. It sounds unreal. It's such a beautiful sounding microphone. And then I've had this for a couple years now. This is a Neumann M147 tube, and I love it. I got no complaints. It's warm. It's even. It breaks up beautifully. It's not harsh at all. In fact, a lot of the reasons why some people don't like this microphone is it's a little underpresent for some people, where like a lot of people, like if you like like a U87 AI or something like that, you'll hate this microphone. Just it is very flat, very even, handles sound beautifully. But this, to me, if like, I don't know, it's like if the U87 is, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, what would you compare a U87 to? A U87 is like a shot of coffee, a shot of espresso or something like that, where it can be a little bit hyped. It can be a bit much for depending on the voice, depending on the project. It can be a bit much. It's making a lot of decisions for you. This is not. Like, this is super flat. It's super even. And I've worked with the U87 plenty of times. I've worked with a ton of artists that use it. I've used it in other studios. It does a good job if that's the sound that you're looking for. I prefer a mic like this that is like very even, and mellow, and can handle anything that you throw at it. Like you can really push this microphone. I have a rough voice, a little rasp. Yo, yeah, get you a good. If you have a rough voice, get something that can counter that a little bit. That's one of the reasons why. What's up, Charles? Welcome in. It's one of the reasons why I like this. I have not put this microphone on a single source that it didn't sound good, and that's usually like my test. And I have some of the I have a 102 in here too, which I kind of hate. But I have a TLM 102 in here, and that microphone on the wrong source sounds sickening. It's disgusting. I hate it. It's good for like a couple small little segments of vocals that it does a decent job. But David, welcome in. There's a couple decent vocals in there, but I don't really like that microphone. I bought it like 7 years ago, and I want to sell it. I want to sell it and maybe just get another synth. I don't know, something else. I want to sell it, but that microphone does not sound good on every source. If you have like an airy female vocal, that might work pretty decently for it because it's a pretty bright microphone. It can complement that, decently. If you, sometimes I'll use it on acoustic guitars if I need like a really like bright kind of forward, crispy sound out of an acoustic guitar. I can do decently well with it, but 99% of the time we're going right here or with something else. What's up, David? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Welcome in. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit, we're still rolling with some music here. I would love to get into a couple more tracks. I think there's been some weird stuff happening on TikTok, so I don't really know exactly what's going on. But if you would like to submit, yeah, not everything works for every vocal, 100%. Yeah, not every mic works for every 100%. That's, I think that's why, like, and some mics do better, right? Like this is that's truer for cheaper microphones. You know what I mean? So like if you have a cheaper microphone that is making a lot of decisions for you, or it is overcompensating with cheap circuitry, with brightness and forwardness and stuff like that, then then it really does depend on the voice, and it really depends on what you put through it. I've never heard a 251 be the wrong choice for anything. I have heard 251s on overheads for drums. I've heard them on rooms. I have heard 251s on vocals, on acoustics, on organs, on pianos, on guitar. I've never heard a 251 sound bad, and I've never heard any engineer worth their salt say that the 251 sounded bad on any of the sources they've ever used on it. So like once you get to a certain level, and you get like a really, 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 really like a vintage 47 or 67 or like a Telefunken 251, there's it's pretty hard to go wrong. Under that, if you're looking under $6,000 for a microphone, taste is involved, I think, a little bit more. Okay. The music guy, I have not heard your song. I have not. Yeah, Quark Store, the only option is that it's either not sending. It's like you can check your outboard. It's either not sending from yours, or something's wrong with the name, where it's not where's the wrong name. Raffi, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you joining. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit, you still can. Steph, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much, Steph. Thanks for hopping in. If anybody, let me see. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, TikTok's been a little funky today, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm trying to work through some technical stuff. But yeah, absolutely. We've only heard one song today. We only just hopped on not that long ago. If anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Where are you out of? I'm in Texas, San Antonio, to be exact. Yeah, TikTok keeps telling me that I keep getting pop-ups and like stuff saying that it's inactive. What do you mean? You just left here? No way. That's crazy. Is it Jay on? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in. Tennessee now? Nice. Nice. What is going on here, dude? Hell yeah. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, yeah, lines are still open. I'm running into some weird technical stuff with TikTok. I'm trying to kind of figure that out in between stuff here. Welcome in, Nicole. Good to see you. Anon, thank you for the Heart Me retrack. I don't know if I thanked you before. I just saw that too. Thank you for the Heart Me, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow as well, Dorcas. I appreciate you. Nice name. Appreciate you joining, Nicole. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining the stream today. Let me see. I hope everything's working over here. This is driving me nuts, y'all. Or they're going to keep like suspending me for nothing. What's going on? Amanda, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Odell, welcome in as well. They had one yesterday. I'm not using the app. I'm using TikTok Studio. So it's on the computer. And that usually updates when I open the platform. So I have, what's up, Cold Dawn? Welcome in. So yeah, I'm not even using my phone. I'm using the computer. Da, da, da. So if they have, we check. Oh yeah. Sorry. Sorry. I just ruined it, Nicole. I'm so sorry. Zach, welcome in. Cold Dawn. I don't think I've gotten a full submission from you that I'm aware of, unless I do have one on the board. Or let me see. If it was from a couple of days ago, I can double check for it too. Oh yeah, Cold Dawn. I do got you. Let me get you up here. I got you. Yeah, I have you on my list already. You're ready to go. I do not freestyle. I do not. Nobody wants to hear that. Absolutely nobody wants to hear that. Okay. All right, David, I got you. Cold Dawn, I got you. Let me get David up here. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into some music. Hopefully, thank you, Jenna. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, nobody. That is. I would say I have. Cold Dawn, thank you for the money gun. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your generosity. I have a few strengths in music. I have a few things that I'm pretty strong in when it comes to what I do in music. Freestyling is not one of those things. Not one of those things. All right, we got Cold Dawn, then we got David. Let's get into it. So David, we got one ahead of you right now. I have a few things I'm pretty good at. Freestyling is not one we're going to test right now. Is not one we're going to test. Spencer, thanks for joining as well. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your heart me. It really does help out. Cold Dawn, speaking of, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, we got Cold Dawn up first right now. Yeah, if you want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow all of the details there. And we'll get you in line ready to go. If you want to check the line, order minimum, anything like that, it's on the other platforms that we're live on. So if you go to my link, you can see those other platforms as well. Okay. Cold Dawn. Cold Dawn, could it potentially be under another email? Let me know, or another name. It didn't pop up when I typed that in. Let me know. Let me know, Cold. Let me know. Or Cold, if you just want to resend it. If you just want to, thank you for the rose, Author. I appreciate you. Saying Author like it's your name, but thank you for the rose. I appreciate that a lot. Cold, if you just want to resend it really quick, that might be the quickest way for you to just like get it to the top of the list there. Because when I searched up your name, it didn't pull anything up. Yeah. Got you. Yeah. Trinity, welcome in. Excuse me. God. Any advice on sweetening the audio? I'm thinking about pitching the vocals. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, whenever we get there, man, I got you. 100%. 100%. Plugged ins. What's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow over on the Purple app as well. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I never doubt that anyone's music would be good. Is it Sizik? Am I saying that correctly? Or Sizik maybe? Yeah, I don't doubt at all that anybody's music that comes through here would be good. There's just a process. There's a process by which people submit. Yay. And then Cold Dawn, I just got that. I just got that 10 from you too, man. Hold on, let me double check. What style do you lean more towards? In my own, so I've been playing piano since I was 6 years old. I've had synths for most of my life. I have like probably 13 of them in here right now, and I'm about to order a few more, I think. I love synths. I love the 80s. I love, hardware, analog synthesis and stuff like that. So I do a lot of synth work in my session, like as my job. So as a session musician, I do a lot of synth stuff. As a producer, I make a lot of music that involves a lot of synthesis. So any style that involves that, but that could be anything, right? Like I love like Tears for Fears. I love Depeche Mode. I love Kavinsky. I love, Time Cop 1983, The Midnight, Mike Dean, all the way across the board. What's up, Joseph? What's up? Good to see you, man. I kind of in that realm. That's what I personally grab. So, but I'm also working on a ton of different stuff. So I have like a contemporary opera record I'm producing. I have synth pop and dream pop beats. I've got trap beats. I have hip hop all the way across the board. I was working on a country record but maybe a month or so ago. I was working on a progressive metal record a couple months ago as well. All of that involved a lot of synths because I like synths. So yeah, I think that's what I tend to gravitate towards, just because that feels like home to me. That's also a bit of my sonic identity. Like people typically come to me, like when they hire me as a producer or they hire me as a session musician, they come to me knowing that that's a lot of what, like if you go to my page and you look at me playing music, you're just going to see and hear a lot of that, a lot of 80s sound design, right? So a lot of people that come to me end up wanting what I already do, just because I have done a decent job of kind of building a reputation as a player and a reputation as a synthesist and a keyboardist, since I've done that for most of my life. And so it's really easy for me to build that part of my business. So yeah. 100%. Yeah. Shoot me a DM wherever. And I got you, man. I'll do my best to get back quick. Sometimes I'll be honest with y'all. Sometimes things get lost in like requests. I'm bad about checking requests. I try to be decent about messages. Sometimes even that I fail at. I have like unhinged ADHD. And so sometimes things escape me and I don't have tools to like lock myself back in sometimes. So I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be more intentional. But thank you for the follow, and Chef as well. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Anyways, okay. Let me double check a few things here. Okay, so Cold Dawn, I got that extra 10. I got that update right here. Hold on. These are all coming through different places here. Dude, of course. Anytime. Yeah, dude, it's so bad. I need help. I mean, that's the problem. Is like I need support. I don't know what all you're like even allowed to say on here. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I need, it sounds fun. I need help. I need lots of help. Mabel May, thank you for tapping in as well. I need help and I don't have it. So that is the fun part that we're dealing with. Okay, let me see. Okay, so Cold, I'm just looking for the Cinema. Welcome in, Cinema. I appreciate you being here. I'm just looking for the email, Cold. 20,000 free things. It would be fun to do more, like to get like a sponsor and do some cool like interesting giveaways. That'd be fun. And Joseph, I don't know if I already did, but thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. I got you, Cold. I'm just waiting for the email. Just waiting for the email to come in. Hear from the algorithm. Let me try your dude. Hop on it. Yeah, dude, I appreciate you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I got you. You're going to be up next. I'm just waiting for the email to come in. So as soon as that does, we'll be ready to go. We'll run it. We'll run it. Dude, a Cinema, do it. Do it, and then post it. Tag me. I'll repost it. I'll react to it, whatever. People never do that. And I'm always like, I've tried doing, open verse production, whatever, stuff like that. And then I'll get like 6 comments to be like, dude, let me hop on this. I'm like, do it. And then nobody does, or like 2 people do. And I'm like, it's like a little interesting, the few that actually do. So man, if y'all ever want to, man, just download the video, separate the audio and do your shit. Clint, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. What's up, Tilo? What's happening? What's happening? Good to see you. Okay. As soon as I get this, yeah, Dan, whatever you send, as long as it's you, right? As long as it's you, we're not listening to people come in and they're like, blank space Taylor Swift, and it's like, no, it's not what we're doing here. It's not. I don't. If you want to listen to that to blank space, just stream it on your own Spotify. What we do here is consultations for independent and underground artists, producers, musicians, vocalists, songwriters, engineers, or people that represent those people. We spend about 30 minutes breaking down the structure of your song. We listen usually 2 or 3 different times in order to really get into those details and dive into the nuances of what you're doing creatively, practically within the structure of your music. So if anyone's interested in that, like I said, these are 20 to 30 minutes a piece. We're going to go deep. We're going to really get into those details. So if that's interesting, all of the info is at my profile. If you click on the link, you can just read through and follow the details there. Yeah, that's the whole structure of this live stream. These are not quick reviews. It's not like a free line 5 skip quick review. It's not a trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to get you exposure. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to roast you. This is a really, really detailed breakdown of the structure of your music. So if that is interesting at all, then yeah, everything's at my profile. The mic looks nice. Third party montage. Thank you very much. I love this mic. I love this mic. It's fair. For mics, it's hard to judge what's expensive because mics can be $100. They can also be $40,000. I love this microphone. I absolutely love it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's and we were just talking about it a little bit earlier. It's a Neumann M147 tube. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Jenna. Folk house versus folk house, not even close, Cinema. Not even close. There's nothing about the emulation of another space that is not your own to try. I know people that love the VSX, so don't get me wrong. I know people that love them, and people have won Grammys mixing on those and whatever. To me, it's not even close. It's like, these are so purpose built and so focused and so good at what they do. That it's like the difference between like having like a supercar that does what supercar does and then a car that kind of does everything pretty well, but is not excelling dramatically in any one of those things. I've had these for a couple years now and there's no turning back, man. They're phenomenal. I mix on these all the time. But VSX, I have heard the VSX before. The first gen, I have heard the first gen. And then, but I think there's a second gen now, and I don't have any experience with that. The Sony C800G. What's the question? Let me know. Do I like it? I've worked with a couple artists that have used it. Actually, one that was going to be on a song of mine, but then the song never ended up we never ended up following through with it. Cold Dawn, thank you for the bubblegum. I appreciate you. And David, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. What do you think about the World Cup song? I think it's horrible, Zachy. I think it's terrible. Whatever. I'm not going to dive too deep into that, but I think it's unbelievably terrible sounding. You said the World Cup sound. The World Cups. This is the only thing I'll say, and then we're going to move straight into Fire Station. I got your email. The World Cup song sounds like if someone asked AI to make a Jelly Roll song, and then that came out. That's what it sounds like. If I were to like. If I were to prompt AI to like, hey, could you make a World Cup song in the style of Jelly Roll and whatever, and that's what it would shoot out. And so for that very reason, I think it's wild that is. I think it's wild. Okay. The new World Cup is out. Yeah, the song is. It's Jelly Roll and another artist. It's Jelly Roll and another artist. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember who the other artist is. I don't know if I'd heard them before, but it's funny. I don't know. I was thrown off. Like coming from what I know, like these like World Cup anthems to be, it was very interesting. Okay, sorry. Let's move on. I'm zoning out. My ADHD's kicking in. We got to move forward. Okay, let's get into it, y'all. We got Cold Dawn here in the building. Cold Dawn, give me all of the details. Cold Dawn, have we been able to? It's not. I don't know. Go listen to it. go listen to it, and everybody can have their own opinions. I hated it. I thought it was very strange for a World Cup record, but that's that is not a that is. I'm just one opinion, just one random opinion. I thought it sounded terrible. Have you heard Ray's new album? Ray, let's talk about Ray is on fire right now. Ray, I mean, she has been for a while, but Ray is on fire right now. She's like crazy. She's going crazy. I haven't heard the whole album. I actually didn't know if the whole album was out yet. Shout out to 20K. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Jenna, for the reminder. I appreciate that. Her producers are just phenomenal. Her last record, the most recent one that I heard was Click Clack Symphony, right? I think with Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer, obviously one of the most prolific composers of this generation. That's a sonic masterpiece. It's absolutely gorgeous. Cold Dawn, give me all of the details. Give me info. I don't know if we went through some of this info when you first sent the track in, but please let me know some of the background behind this track. This is Fire Station by, or no, it's not. Ruin the World. Sorry, there's different file names and stuff here. This is Ruin the World by Cold Dawn. Yeah, give me the details. Give me the details. Let's get into it. I'm excited to break this down. Let's get back into some music, y'all. We do have a couple songs we can get into now. Let me switch this over here. I made the song on Adobe Audition, and I made the beat on Fruity Loops. Let's go. And Cold Dawn, I can't remember since it's been a while since we got back into this record. Let me know. I think I've heard another song from yours, right? I've heard another song from you, and then right? I think one before, if I'm remembering correctly. Then I regenerated it into reggae on Suno. Okay, got you. And then Cold Down really quick. Based on what you're telling me, let me know what you need. Let me know how I can help you. Let me know how I can be of service to you. What you feel like would be valuable information for you when it comes to what you're doing in regards to your music, what you want to improve on, what you feel like would be an interesting way for us to approach what you're doing. Since I know you're saying that you're doing some like real production within these two different DAWs, I think you said, made the song on Adobe Audition and then made the beat, or maybe the percussion on Fruity Loops. I don't know why I said it like that. And then you're generating it into different genres, kind of resampling it, if you will. So yeah, let me know how I can help. Let me know what you feel like would be valuable for you.
Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world?
100%, Joseph. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you so much. Have a good one, both of y'all.
Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. All I see is lies, CIA spies, black suits and black ties, chemicals in the skies, robot flies, religious lies, worshipping cults, genetically modified seed vaults, vaccinated babies, they already mocked the adults. Why?
100%.
MK Ultra controlling your brain.
No pressure. No matter how early you are too, man. Most people send in really early stuff.
Propaganda. And in the wild you can even find a panda teaching kids about Santa. From Gaza to Alabama, they fed us the sugar Fanta. They controlling the hurricanes, the Logan through the Atlantic. Bio-engineered mechanics, they panic when we got questions why they sunk the Titanic. Frenzy the frantic, they took away automatics. Them cops will just let you have it. Decided she chased the rabbit through tunnels. That's the with the canyon, the poison that's in them downings. The people's not understanding, enslaving for
this is Cold Dawn. Cold Dawn.
They bugging like praying mantis. The lies are so gigantic, they plan it when they demand it. Pizza gate kidnapping the round of the global planet. The earth is just really flat, and then you see what's happening. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. Genocide like Gaza, depopulation to all the lies and Nessa. From the Vatican down to the churches of God, tell the truth, and stop trying to ruin our world. Genocide like Gaza, the population to all the lies are Nessa. From the Vatican down to the churches of God, tell the truth, and stop trying to ruin our world.
Tomas, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing amazing. Welcome in. Definitely a lot of space for this production to be built out as well. Y'all show some love. Welcome in. I appreciate y'all joining. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Okay, I'm excited to get into this. Let's dive into a couple details. So the background on this, really quick, the background on this is that I think they produced percussion. Is it Lori? Thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you a lot. They produced like the percussion on FL Studio. They built out more. I think they like finalized everything in Audacity or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. And then they wanted to like remix it in a different style, and that's when they ran it through Suno. So that's where you're getting the vocals. That's where you're getting a lot of like the aliasing, the artifact, and some of the generated qualities that you're hearing in there as well. So this the whole instrumental was made. Okay, what was on Audacity then? Because you said you produced it on Audacity. To do Blues in the building. What's up, Blue? Welcome in. Adobe Audition for vocals. So you produce everything on FL Studio, and then you recorded vocals on Audition, and then ran everything through, right? Ooh, got you. Okay, let's get into it. Y'all show some love. Show some love to Cold Dawn Blue. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Welcome in. If anybody would like to submit, I think Rosebud and a couple other people asking. If anybody would like to submit, go to profile, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board. We'll get you ready to go. Right now, the line is up on the other platforms that we're live on right now, which you can also find at my link as well. But yeah, go to my profile, click on the link, and then you'll be ready to go. A real reggae female artist would love 100%. So let's unwind this a little bit. Let's peel back some layers here. Let's dive into some elements here. I like the initial. So you have this F minor kind of bass here. I like it. How do you mix the vocals by effects? Rose, thank you. I appreciate you a lot. Are you talking about like the generated vocals or your vocals? And Mama Joe, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot as well. I don't know, like, or just like any vocal chain. Yeah, just not too long ago, we've been working through some weird random issues on here. Your vocals, it depends on the vocal. I typically do any like subtractive stuff that I need to first and then print. Corrective stuff first and then print and then color. So usually the way that I do it is as soon as I get whether it's my vocal and I'm tracking my own vocal or I'm tracking for a client or I'm mixing someone else's vocals. It depends on how they send it to me. It depends on the quality of what they send me. But if it's like a typical like clean studio recorded vocal or like a good home recording or something like that, I do all corrective stuff first and then print so that my bass line is as close to a perfect clean vocal as possible and then color from there, right? So whether that's taking care of noise, taking care of manual pitch issues, taking care of plosives, sibilants, crackles, pops, other, issues in clipping and stuff like that we need to redo, send them for retracking, whatever it needs to be. I do all that stuff first, right? So noise reduction, environmental issues, clicks, pops, stuff like that. Plosives, sibilants, and then usually print so that the vocal that I'm starting with is like clean and it's committed, right? And then from there, I'll do still kind of in the color phase. I'll usually do reductive, compression, tuning. I usually have pretty early on because I've already done clip gaining and stuff early on. That's part of my corrective phase. So in my corrective phase, I'm fixing timing. I'm fixing manual pitch through Melodyne, plosives and sibilants issues, usually through Melodyne or a couple other plugins there as well. RX11 is good for some of the noise stuff that I need to handle, or NS1. And then I'll do, depending on the style and stuff like that, I'll do tuning. Then I'll do reductive. EQ, so like low cuts, taking care of some of the mud, any harsher frequencies that are resonating in a way that I'm not really enjoying too much. I'll do some of that reductive stuff first. Then I'll typically run 2 chains of compression. Again, depends on the style, depends on the vocal. Then I'll go into compression. Some of that is color as well. I'm usually emulating vintage or using something out. If I'm doing 2 chains of compression, then I'll follow that usually with like EQ and a de-esser. Saturation will be in there depending on the vocal as well. And depending on which plugins I'm using that are also offering some saturation. Like if I have like a 1073 plugin early on as like my preamp emulation early, I can push that, fake transformer a little bit to get a little bit of saturation and breakup. But if I need more, I'll use something like Decapitator or something like that a little bit later on in order to push that vocal. But again, depends on the song, depends on the vocalist. Some if it's pop, R&B, EDM, country, whatever it may be, it's going to be a little bit different from artist to artist. Chrome, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's typically speaking, is I handle corrective stuff first. I do reductive and dynamic control, and then maybe some color after that. Pro Q3, de-essing, saturation, things like that. Nothing crazy. I very rarely have more than like 6 plugins on a vocal, 6, 7. But that also depends on the style. How do you connect a camera like Sony and Canon with TikTok live stream right here? I use what's called a capture card. So I have it's an Elgato. What is it called? It's right back here. A cam link. It's a capture card that allows me to take. This is a Sony C100 Mark II. I'm sorry, Canon C100 Mark II goes into the capture card that goes into my like power dock that I have, and then I can go from there. And that allows me to use like this camera and stuff like that. And then I'm just running TikTok Studio and OBS and stuff like that to add whatever I need on the other platforms. But yeah, you just need a capture card. There's cheap ones. I wouldn't use them. I've gotten the cheap ones. And they don't work. They give you a lot of issues. So I've had like the $30 one off Amazon. I was like, oh, this will do the same thing. It doesn't. It's going to give you some issues. If you're going to do it, I would go with the one that everyone goes with. People that are streaming at a high level, it's going to be so much better to you. So it's an Elgato Camlink 4K. Get that or better. Those are like $150 or something like that. That's definitely going to, it's going to help you out a lot. I've been following you for 3 months. Let's go. Thank you. I'm grateful that you're here. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Is it Ashley? Thank you so much for tapping in. That's what we do here. That's what we talk about. I appreciate you joining in. All right, let's get into it. So this is Ruin the World by Cold Dawn. Let's dive into the details. Let's get into it. I'm excited. So we're going to build off this progression here. And then to me, it's going to be how do we like tastefully build dynamics so it doesn't feel like it's... We don't want that to be the most dynamic part of this whole song. We need a little bit more ebb and flow that's not just 808 cutting in and out. Thank you for the follow, Mischief. I appreciate it.
Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need
Actually, thank you for the follow as well.
I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I made my mark and lit a fire like eternal flame. All I see is lies, CIA spies, black suits and black ties, chemicals in the skies, robot flies, religious lies, worshipping cults, genetically modified seed vaults, vaccinated babies, they already mock the adults. Why?
Ruby, if anyone wants to submit, go to my Cold Dawn, thank you for the co-populars. I appreciate it. If anyone wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. And then you'll be ready to go. If you want to check the line, it's on the other platforms that we're live on. TikTok's been moving a little weird today. I don't know what's going on, but I'm hopefully gonna try to weed through some of the technical issues. They've been giving me some random like suspensions for inactivity, which I don't know why, because people like are coming in and I'm talking constantly. We're listening to stuff. People are liking. I don't know. It's really weird. So I've been weeding through some technical difficulties to start. There's some distractions today, but yeah, everything's at my profile. Everything's at the link if anybody wants to submit. All right. I'm only handling a couple more songs today too.
Why? Fire. MK Ultra controlling your
I appreciate
brain
you, Mediocre. Thank you.
Humanity subconsciously blind. Symbology
No, it's not that.
Subconscious.
It's been since it started. And actually, Cold, it's been for the last, it's funny though. It's been the last like week randomly. So the last week, for whatever reason specifically, and again, I've been doing this for well over 3 years now, in this context, doing these live streams, doing these consultations that we do just like this. I've been doing it for over 3 years, and I've gone through thousands of submissions in that time. And for whatever reason, the last week, it's been since it was sold. Since it's been sold, there's been a lot of issues. But specifically also in the last like week, it just randomly gives me suspensions and blocks me from the For You page and stuff like that for inactivity. And I keep getting pop-ups for it. I don't know why. It's only been the last week. And I know a couple other people with large followings that go live all the time as well. And they've been getting blocked for like nothing. Like they don't do anything controversial. They're just like chilling. And they've been getting knocked for stuff. So I think it's some weird bot stuff. It's some weird, I don't know what's going on. Some weird stuff going on. But it's not like my live that's doing it. It's some weird sensitivity that they have to live streaming right now. Yeah, it's weird. Okay.
Why? Modified seed vaults, vaccinated babies, they already mocked the adults. Why? MK Ultra controlling your brain thoughts. All sorts of humanity subconsciously blind. Symbologies from Gaza to Walla. Engineered mechanic with this all the she chased us. They bugging like praying man.
So here's me. I'm just skipping through all of these different pockets, right? I'm just kind of skipping through the song, and all we're kind of hearing is, and that's a cool movement. It's a cool melodic structure right there, but that's the whole structure here. So we need some moments where things shift in energy a little bit here. Right now, we're really hanging on to this F minor in order to build out this whole structure right here in that one little melody. So what I feel like we need is a little bit more distinct hook structure in this. We need a little bit more separated dynamic range in the song, so it doesn't feel like the same vocal structure and the same progression and the same, because it's really just one chord. It's the F minor this entire song. So I think we need like a few pockets of the song where the dynamic shift, a pocket of the song where maybe we change to the four. So like if you have basically and then randomly, just for like a last hook, like just that one little shift in energy and shift in progression just can kind of wake up the mix a little bit, wake up the production structure so it doesn't feel too stagnant, where it's just so chill, it's so laid back, it's so moody that if that happens, even if it's a good thing, even if that's like a positive attribute to the song, if that happens over the long term, then it just becomes monotonous, right? And by monotonous, I don't even mean that in like a very negative sense. I mean quite literally one note, monotone. Is it Bexlin? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. I feel like in this pocket, even if it's like a good sound and you do get a great vocalist on here and you do start to build out more of this production structure, start mixing your own vocal as a rapper on there and stuff like that, that to me, that can be an interesting aspect of this, but we still need to work on building dynamics and some kind of different structure in here. Yeah, but there's a lot of people that come through, Mickey. There's a lot of people that come through with stuff like that. And it really just depends. When people come through, for me, the only thing that I'm focusing on is how can I bring you value. So even in this case, we're listening to some Suno right now. This has been run through Suno in order to remix it as a kind of a reggae dark hip hop song, and so that's in this structure right here, that's what we're listening to as well. And the way that we're approaching it is how to alter some of the original production elements that they fed into it in order to make sure that what they're getting out of their music, what they want to, making sure the structure is built out well and stuff like that. So within the structure of this live stream, this is really just making sure that I can bring you value and that what we talk about would be something that would be genuinely valuable to you. And a lot of people, they're just like, I just throw some shit out there and generate it. And there's not really any point of me breaking it down. But yeah. We get people all the time. I'll say, every other live or so people are sending it something.
Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world?
And so then like B section, we should switch here.
Why do the people ruin the world?
Yeah, right?
Don't they know they need to tune in the world?
Feel the energy shift just by switching progression, right? And then we go back in. Thank you for the follow.
From the Vatican down to the churches of God, tell the truth, tell the truth.
So like what I would probably do. So what is probably the easiest way for you to just separate these a little bit is say your verses. Like if that's your verse right there and that's the main structure, you can just hold on the F minor, keep that really, really consistent. And then when you go into the hook, switch to like in this case, it would be a C sharp major, D sharp major, and F minor, right? You could do like a walk up like that to just shift the energy, bring it into something a little bit different. Otherwise, it's going to be quite literally. So it's going to be that for the whole entire song, same dynamic, same sound design, same feel, same emotion. And so it's you're going to lose people halfway through. And I feel like this is where we can have a shift in energy that's going to be a lot more valuable to the listener. It's going to make it a lot more interesting. Your retention is going to be better. Your replay value is going to be better. The artistic expression of the song itself is going to be more interesting because it's not literally like 1/808 on one key that keeps doing the same thing over and over again. Let's go. Finite Beans, 100%. If anybody wants to submit, thank you for the follow as well. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. And we'll get you up on the board. The line is up on the other platforms that we're live on as well, which you can also find at the link.
From the Vatican down to the
So if this is your verse, right?
Tell the truth, and stop trying to ruin our world. Genocide like Gaza, the population.
And if this is your whole verse, you just lock that in.
From the Vatican down to the churches of God, tell the truth, and stop trying to ruin our world.
And then hook. You go to outro here. So I want to find that. I want to find the next hook and how we can switch into a chord progression change here for the hook.
Atlantic bioengineered mechanics, they panic when we got questions. Wanna send them down and the people's not understand it. Kidnapping the wrong, ruin the world.
So yeah. So let's imagine we hang on the F minor, right? We just hang on the F minor for the whole verse, and you can build out more of that production if you feel like it. And then we change progression to the C sharp going into the hook here.
Automatics, them cops will just let you have it. Decided she chased the rabbit through tunnels, that's the with the canyon. The poison that's in them down and the people's not understanding, enslaving for their advantage. They know they're hidden Atlantis, they bugging like praying mantis. The lies are so gigantic, they plan it when that time, then you see what's happening.
Here we go.
Pizza gate kidnapping the round of the global planet. The earth is just really flat, then you see what's happening. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world? I'm in my mind, lit the fire like eternal flame. Why do the people ruin the world? Don't they know they need to tune in the world?
Totally shift and feel, right? Just by separating the progression and then back to verse, you let off.
The population to all the lies on Nessa. From the Vatican down to the churches of God.
And you hold on the F minor again, right? Just as simple as changing progression for the hook just makes this feel more separate. It feels like there's more energy. It feels like there's a shift in emotion as opposed to this just being looped straight forward, right? So the simplicity of quite literally just switching progression changes the energy and the dynamic of the song dramatically. And then what I would do is add one more element that elevates the hook and separates it and distinguishes it from the verses as well. So again, you change the progression. That's going to make it a little bit more interesting. We're going to switch now to a C sharp or something similar. You can do whatever you want. That's over the C sharp, right? I love that progression. That opens it up quite a bit. What I would also do is add like one additional element to that mix, whether it's like a high arpeggiator that even just like holds on the F at the top, so you could kind of have this. There's like one high element that kind of inserts itself into the mix right there, only on the hook. That in tandem with the progression change and the bass progression change, with the vocal changing what they're doing, obviously a little bit more distinctly on the hook right there. Just again, shifts the energy, shifts the dynamic so that this feels a little bit more interesting. Otherwise, it will just become very, very monotonous. Okay, let me get into this last little section here really quick. Let me hear how this outro is really quick. And then what I would probably do structurally is just fade out at the end. As soon as you hit the end, Heart on Fire, Welcome In, as soon as you hit the end of the last hook right here, and then however you rework your production a little bit, I would immediately start fading probably over the next 8 seconds or so, even as that vocal plays in the background, so that this doesn't drag on for another like 30 to 40 seconds with the outro, with the vocal tag at the end right there, with kind of unbeneficial information, with nothing really new, interesting happening there. You could just kind of fade it out from there. So if you end the last hook here,
Then stop trying to ruin our world.
and then right here. Like it's simple right there. You could even let it go a little bit. You could let it go a little bit longer behind before you start to fade out over that 8 seconds right there. For one, that puts you, that puts you closer to like 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 2 minutes and 45 seconds, 2 minutes and 50 seconds versus the song going to 3:20 right now. It's not a huge deal. That's not a huge, that 30 seconds is not, it doesn't make or break the record as a whole, but it can absolutely limit your exposure, right? There's a lot of playlists that won't look past a certain point. There's a lot of people that don't like streaming longer songs. There's a big space right now. Angie, welcome in. There's a big space right now where it's pretty strictly only going to be under 3 minutes. A lot of them have capacities like that for whatever reason, like streaming limitations, right? So that is a decent time frame to aim for. Now, if you don't care about that, if you don't care about some of those peripheral things, then do whatever you want to do. And that shouldn't hinder you creatively. Now, if this had a lot more interesting elements going on that that were spanning a broader sense, then yeah, we could let this go to 350, 340, something like that, and make it really interesting and really engaging. But the song ends at like 240. The song itself kind of ends at 240. Since that's the case, take the next 10 seconds to fade it out right there. And then I think everything will fall into place a little bit easier right there. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love, show some love. Can you scream? I cannot. I've tried. I've done a couple decent fry screams before. I track vocals every once in a while for a couple libraries. For like commercial placement and stuff like that. And they bring me in to track vocals from them every once in a while. Did an album with them last year, and a bunch of random stuff. Anyways, so that library, they do a lot of they do some classic rock, they do some like metal. And so with some of those songs, I've comped in some fry screams that I've worked on, but that's not a thing that I like do or that I really do well or know how to do well. It's not a genre that I work in super prolifically. But it is fun to try, and it is fun to try to build it out a little bit. It's a muscle that I just, being able to scream well and healthily, being able to scream in a healthy way is a skill set. It's a muscle that you need to build, and it's not a muscle that I flex often, right? So it's the same with like falsettos and whistles and like low chest voice and working through mix transitions and stuff like that. Same with scream, same with a lot of other stuff. It's a muscle you need to flex. If you don't flex that muscle often, then it's going to be difficult for you to execute at mass. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Cinema. I can't even scream when scared. Yeah, if I'm in the comfort of my own, studio with the cameras and the lights off, I have a lot more confidence to attempt it. And that's definitely where I will most likely be doing that, not here on stream randomly. Okay, y'all show some love to Cold Don. Cold Don, I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for sending that in. Hopefully that gives you maybe just a few extra tools to kind of build out this production a little bit more. And then I do agree, man, you have a cool opportunity to be able to build out this structure with a female vocal on there and get someone who can kind of sing in that genre. I think we'll be in a good space. It's just going to give you a lot more opportunities on the publishing side, on the distribution side. It's going to give you more opportunities within streaming and placement. So I do think it could be really valuable for you to get someone on there as you build out, because you already know you can build out this production like this in FL Studio, right? So I think that's a direction that I would learn, so that you don't have any limitations to what you're working on, right? That you can actually get this out to as many people as possible. Y'all show some love to Cold Don, Mikey, or anybody in the chat. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through it and follow all the details there, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. We got David in the building. David, let's get into it. But yeah, if anybody at all would like to submit your music for a 20 to 30 minute consultation, really get into the production, mix and master, production details, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, whatever would help you out, whatever would serve you best. That's the goal of this live stream. So, if you would like to submit at all, then just go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details. Let's keep it going. We got David Givens in the building. Here's a vocalist right here. Speaking of, this is my upcoming single, Ghost, which drops on my graduation day on May 8th, and it's rough. All right, this is a rough record, y'all. This is a lot of people sending rough stuff here, and that's kind of the point. Ghost is the prologue to my new era, and it drops on my graduation day, May 8th, 2026. Congrats, man. You're almost there. Let's get it. Let's get this downloaded. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Snow Tempo, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Just give me a second. It's downloading, and then we'll dive into it, man. I'm excited. All right, let's get into it, man. This is Ghost Rough Mix. Is my day of birth? No way. Drink hot tea. No way. No way, no way. It's almost your birthday. Happy pre-birthday. All right, happy early birthday. All right, this is Ghost Rough Mix. So keep that in mind. People are gonna be like, vocals sound bad. I'm like, yes, it's rough. It's a rough mix, inevitably. Let's get into it. Shout out to David. Of course, of course. Thank you for the follow as well.
I try to let you go, but you're back in my head. I keep moving on, but I keep hitting the dead end.
Oof.
Those memories of you.
You don't have to say what if you don't feel like saying what, but you got me curious as fear. I have to like self-censor. I feel like I have to bleep my own words. Man, you got me curious as fear on here, man. It's so stupid. Sometimes I hate TikTok for that reason. You don't have to tell me what. We were just talking in depth about a really, really shitty production and a studio issue that an artist that came through the other day had. Charlie, thank you for the follow. Charles, I said parentheses, quotes, Charlie, thank you for tapping in. I appreciate the follow. We had someone who got ripped off by a studio. Ripped off by a studio the last time we were live stream. So we're talking about it in depth. You don't have to mention anything, of course. We can email it to me. But I'm sorry that happened. That's unfortunate. All right, let me back this up. I gotta focus. But you got me curious for sure.
I try to let you go, but you're back in my head. I keep moving on, but I keep hitting the dead end.
Let's go, Charles. Congrats.
Memories of you are haunting me. Why can't you go on and let me be? When the raindrops fall, they sing your name, but I won't go back. No, never again. I keep running away from all these memories. All I want is the death of the old me.
Yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through all the details there.
Don't want to keep fighting with all of my ghosts.
This is a rough demo too.
All of my ghosts. All of my ghosts. All of my ghosts.
It's on the other platforms that we're live on, so the red app and the purple app. You can find those at my link as well.
But even God said face them.
I can't wait to hear this mix too.
That plane, but the ghost sings sweet temptations.
Ooh, NG, this could be a remix for sure. Yeah. I know someone. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm going to pause it really quick and we're going to back it up a little bit. You said AI was involved. I know someone that was paid $400, or no, I know someone who paid $400 for a production, like a full production from someone. This guy BS'd and waited. And again, this is not specifically a pro or con AI thing. But this particular shitty producer they paid this producer $400 and he just waited like 2 months to kind of BS him and like make it seem he was working on something. And then he sent him an AI generated 2-track, and then ghosted, refused to get paid or refused to refund and refused to do anything. And it was a nightmare. And then it was a pretty frustrating situation because this is someone who, like, you know, some people, like, I know people that they've got good jobs, they're cushioned and they do music on the side, they're trying to pursue it, but they're not really worried about it. They dump a couple $100 into some mixes and productions and whatever. I know this artist, and I worked with them here in the context of the that's right here. Welcome up. Yeah, this is the line right here. This is the line right here on the side. We have some other people below here that I'm still waiting to come back in. We got these people here. And this is the current lineup here at the top. We got David right here. In fact, I can clear David's. Yeah, that's right. That's it right here. So we got 3. It's where it says 3 left, 10 minimum. There's the line in order right there. To actually produce and send me over 6 AI tracks, which is happening. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It happens, man. It's one of the most frustrating parts about the business nowadays is you're just having to weed through that. I know the same thing happened with someone who came through here on a consultation and they're like, hey, I this was just mixed and mastered by this person, whatever here. I paid them like $300 for the mix or whatever, which is not crazy. That's not like a super super, super expensive mix or anything like that. But anyways, they paid like $300 for a mix, and the guy just ran it through Suno and then shot it back. And again, this is not pro or anti or whatever. It's just that's shitty. that's pretty shitty. When they thought they were getting this like analog mix from this person, and because of that stuff, they're like, oh man, I could just get a ton. They just ran it through it. So they just took the entire mix demo that they sent him, ran it through AI, and the guy's like, hey, I don't know why he sent the song in here. He's like, I don't know why, but this doesn't really sound like me. And so they came in, right? They came in, they sent the song, and I was like, oh, so you generated this? They're like, no, I produced everything. I sang everything. I like, yeah, they just ran it through Suno. They just ran it through Suno to like shoot out a final mix or whatever. And I was like, no, this is completely generated. Like, and they're like, I knew it didn't really sound like my voice that much. I don't know what happened though, because like I tracked in studio with this person. Like so basically what happened is they got charged studio time. They went and tracked in person, got charged studio time, and did not mix it, and then paid an extra $300 to get it mixed, and then got sent an AI mix. So what happens, dude? You're unfortunately not alone. What's up, Jonah? Welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in, welcome in. I made a song, but it's not fully mastered. Jonah, beautiful. That's most people. Most people, yeah, 100%. If you're on the Purple app right now, we're on 3 different platforms. So if y'all see me talking to phantoms, that's why we're on 3 different platforms. If you're on the Purple app, type !submit right there in the chat. If you're on the Red app, YT, where we're also live right now as well, you can go to the description for the live stream, and it'll the link will be right there for you. And of course, if you're on TikTok, you can go to my profile and click on the link. The queue's right here. We're only a couple songs left right here. So this is a line over here, but it's pretty open right now. Okay. Let me back up here. Same paid. Hold on. It keeps pushing me back down. I paid someone to actually produce. Oh, I got you here. You don't have the strainer type of thing in front of your microphone, but your voice sounds clear. Oh, you're talking about pop filter? Yeah, I have a couple pop filters. The only thing with pop filters is it's like they're just so big. I don't want a big thing right here in front of my pause. I don't want a big thing right here in front of my face. You get the idea. You get what I'm talking about. Where it's like blocking me half the stream. I don't want to deal with it. So it's easy enough for here. And I'm also the way that I'm angling here, I'm not putting a ton of energy directly onto the microphone. I have it kind of off axis, pointed down a little bit, so it sounds pretty clean. I don't know what it says. Yeah, it makes sense, David. Makes sense. Let me see. Yeah, without a pop filter, you're gonna get a little bit more sibilance and a little bit more plosives and stuff like that. Give a local producer a chance. Yeah, dude, you gotta. It just comes down to referencing. It just comes down to making sure that you hear what people can do, right? Like for me with synth stuff, right? I get hired for like session work for synths all the time, just because that's a lot of what I have. It's a lot of what I do. I get hired for synth all the time. And one of the reasons why is because you can go to my page and there's like 480 videos of me playing synths, talking about synths, whatever it may be, right? So it makes it, it makes it easier. There's some trust and credibility built by just being able to see me do the thing that I do, right? So a lot of people hire me for it, right? Same with like this engineer, this engineer or this producer that you're working with. If you are running into issues where the people that you are working with don't have a lot of like proof of the thing that you're hiring them for, then I would just look another way. Just, keep looking in another direction until someone can, adequately provide information that they do what they do. Okay. Vocals, MBGVs, lyrics, arrangements. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that makes sense. What's up, Crusade? What's up? Let me see. Familiar. No, you go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. Okay, Charlie, okay, and I got to get back to the song. Hold on. I'm getting some other questions here, but I don't have a lot of time today. Got you, Charles. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. Let me get you up here. And then I have your email as well. You're set. You're ready to go. Yeah, to see it is working for some people. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. And let me pull up the email and then let me see. Sorry, y'all. One sec. Why is this not? Dude, no, seriously. Dude, Charles, thank you for the bubble gums. Oh my God, how many? What the hell? Thank you for the bubble gums, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Y'all shout out to Charles, man. I appreciate you. Okay, yeah, no, it's sorry. That's what I'm trying to check right now because it's looking really glitchy on TikTok Studio, and I keep getting issues. Charles, thank you so much for the bubble gums, man. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you for the gifts. What is going on here, y'all? Familiar stranger, thank you for the follow. Familiar stranger, that's a regional thing. That's a regional thing. So sometimes I don't know why it happens. Sometimes it's just random. Samo, thank you for the gifts. Dude, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate y'all so much. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you like crazy, man. I appreciate that. Okay. Sorry, I keep getting things. It keeps pushing away the questions here. And I gotta get back to the song too. Okay. Dude, TikTok Studio's driving me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry for the delay. TikTok Studio's driving me up a wall right now. Yes, you can. Familiar. Jesus, y'all. This is not working. David, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Okay, hold on. TikTok Studio's driving me crazy, man. This whole last week. Familiar stranger. If a link is not showing up for you, just find the same name, and then find it over on IG. No, yeah, it's fine. It's just like I have OBS too, but I have to use this. I have to use TikTok Studio for TikTok, and then OBS is going to the other platforms. Yeah, TikTok Studio is super annoying, and it's giving me issues. OBS is fine. I have OBS up right now, and it's running fine. But in order to give me all of the controls over the live stream typical to TikTok Studio, they prefer that you use it, so I'm trying to. Dude, absolutely, Samo, 100%. Man, I appreciate you so much. Okay. Yeah, it's all in the same. It's all the same. It's all the same place right there. Okay, one sec, y'all. Crusade, I got you. Yeah. It's all the same place. So if you go to that link and you follow, on TikTok, it's at my profile. It's at the link. Just read through and follow all the details there. So the email's there at the top, which you already saw, I think. And then if you scroll down, all the credit profiles are there as well. And I'm going to close the line here in just a little bit as well, y'all. Gosh. Okay. I appreciate you, Joe. Thanks for checking in on that too. Crusade, frownies. Frowny. Okay, hold on. Sorry. TikTok, every time there's a new comment, TikTok keeps shooting this. This is why I'm struggling to catch up on comments. And then I got to get back to David. There it goes again. I'm trying to get back to some earlier comments here, but then it keeps showing up again. Gosh, TikTok. Josh, thank you for the follow. Okay. How does violating the language filters aren't necessarily going to fix it. So aliasing in a sense, right? Like when you are, okay, if I'm kind of understanding what you're talking about, I'll double check in a second. Filters aren't going to fix it necessarily. Filters aren't going to fix aliasing necessarily, or like difficulty in processing high frequencies, right? Or disguising or distortion because of high frequencies, right? Or sampling inconsistencies. Filters aren't going to fix it. You can just, if something is being disguised, if something is breaking up, if something is distorting because of processing issues, because of downsampling or aliasing or like difficulty in you see this a lot with artificial stuff and generated stuff, especially where you're not able to get full clarity of the highest frequency points because it's sampling at least like half. It's like half below. I believe, I might not be the most keen on it. Half the highest frequency or something like that, which creates that aliasing. The filters aren't going to fix it. You can just kind of remold some of your sound right there. I haven't run into any issues with that. I have a bunch of analog synths in here. It just hasn't been something I've run into. Hasn't been something, I haven't had any conversion issues or any like sampling issues here with any of the synths that I have. And I have some that are really old and I have some that are newer and stuff like that. And it just hasn't been an issue that I've run into. But filters aren't going to fix it. Filters aren't going to fix it necessarily. You can just redisguise, right? If part of the issue is some of the disguising and the distortion of those frequencies, it's creating, you get some like low end artifact. You obviously are going to get some high end artifact, which is most of what people are going to hear, that kind of distortion over the top. That's going to be an issue that you're dealing with. What you can do is kind of redisguise. That's where filters can help. That's where filters can help and kind of redisguising it and then reintroducing. Yeah, aliasing is part of it. Yeah. Part of it. So like that's if I'm remembering correctly, I don't know. I don't run into that really a whole lot. I think it's like when it's like I think it's half of the highest frequency, right? This is not, it's not something that I run into. It's not something that I really have ever had any issues running into. Okay. It's like sampled at half, I think it's half the highest frequency, something like that. But yeah, if you violate that, like if let me see. Yeah, I think it's half of the highest frequency. Yeah. You can redisguise, but hasn't been an issue that I've run into at all. Okay. I'm not like super keen. I know some. Yeah. I know some. That's not like, I'm not like the most familiar with. So like I know some just because I've had to. I know a fair amount just because I'm in that world and I've had to dissect some of that and understand some of the parameters and theorems surrounding it. But it's not something that I'm not like the most. There's other people on here like Time Mind who are like the nerdiest of, like they really really break down the stuff like crazy. All right, let me double check a few things here. Okay, so Charles, I got you. Let me see really quick. And I think that's that one. Is that are your initials SC? Is that SC? Is that you? And then David, we're back. Okay, perfect. Let me get you up here. And I'll probably close the line here in a second, y'all. Give me just one moment. I got to get back to the song. We got David in the building. We got to get back to it. I'm going to be on for like the next hour, maybe hour and a half. I got room for one more song on there, Shlowd. If you want it, it's yours. Okay, let me get. So that's that. As long as TikTok's working, is TikTok like? Is it sound okay? Because it's really weird on my end, but it's probably because of some weird computer update or something like that. It's giving me issues over here. But I'm hoping that everything is like working okay on the, it's fine. Okay, good. It's giving me issues, dude. Okay, perfect. It's my TikTok shop, or not TikTok shop. What am I saying? TikTok studio is glitchy, but then it doesn't look glitchy on any of the other platforms on there. Okay, that one, I got you. I appreciate you so much. And then Charles, I got you up there as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. All right, let's get back. We got to get back to the music. Let's get into it. Okay. Sounds fun. Okay, perfect. All right, we gotta get through this first listen. You were talking about the AI. That's what you were doing before. Okay, I was like, where have we been, dude? This has been all over the place. We were talking about the AI stuff. That brought us onto a whole other tangent. Then we're talking about aliasing. Okay, so we were talking about the producer we're back, y'all. We're back, baby. Here we are. We were talking about the producer who was doing that stuff. We went on a whole roundabout thing right there. My ADHD took me a different direction. Crusade took me in another different direction. All right, we're back. I gotta focus, y'all. I don't got a lot of time. Let's
running from me. But I gotta kill
that we got
this
it.
version
No,
of-
you're good. You're good. I was literally talking about this earlier in the live stream. I have crippling ADHD, and so when my brain freezes like that, I'm all over. We've been talking about synths. We've been talking about AI. We've been talking about all this stuff. I'm trying to focus. I need help. All right, let's run.
When the rain
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Sing your name, but I won't go back. No, never again. I keep running away from all these memories. All I want is the death of the old me. What will it take for you?
Yeah, I got time for another one.
Leave me alone. Don't wanna keep fighting
Right.
with all of my
I already have 5 other platforms up on all my monitors. It's crazy.
all of my goals. All of my goals. All of my goals.
Dude, God, Shlowd. I appreciate you, man. We're gonna hear that run again. Shlowd, I appreciate you so much, man. I got you, man. Thank you so much.
My goals. All of my goals. Won't let the ghost get to me. This is the devil.
This is such an early demo too, man. I can't wait to hear the whole thing.
Won't let the ghost get to me. This is the devil, the yogi. No, 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 no.
Yeah, this is all fresh, Cinema. This is all fresh. What a voice, man. Let's go. I got some ideas. Let's run it, man. Let's run it from the tip. Yeah, David is he's amazing. Amazing. All right, let's run it back from the top, man. Let's get into some of the details. So really quick, what's this production that we're hearing here? Is this being reworked? Is this the original? Is this the one that he initially sent that you're going to end up kind of redoing? Or yeah, let me know. Just really. Because yeah, the song structure is it's a hook, man. It is an absolute gold. It's the original, but this has been reworked. Beautiful. All right, let's run it, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. Let's dive into a couple of these details here. Yeah, you're amazing, man. I've heard his vocals for years. David's been around. He's an amazing vocalist. You can check out some of his other music. Let's dive into it, man. I'm going to try to move it at a better pace here. This is Ghost by David Givens. This is early production, just being reworked right now. Let's get into it, man. Again, very early demo, unprocessed for the most part, so I'm excited to get this built out as well. Yes, Kat, we do. I am closing the line here in the next few minutes, probably after the song. We'll see with this last submission coming in. I'm going to close the line up here just a little bit. I don't know if I'll be live again tomorrow, probably maybe for a little bit. I'm just not positive. We do allow AI, but the thing is, I try to be very helpful. I try to make sure that I'm offering a ton of value. We spend a lot of time breaking down your songs. Each of the consultations, they give you the follow. Each of the consultations that we do are about 30 minutes apiece. We listen to the song multiple times. So in that time, I do want to just make sure that we are, offering value, that I'm helping you with some stuff that you think would be really valuable. So that to me is the biggest thing. Is like sometimes with AI, there's not a whole lot for me to break down like in the mix of it. You know what I mean? So it just depends on if there's structural things that you think I could help with or point you in the right direction for. Then of course we'll definitely take it. It's in Mix and Master, and there's a club remix. Ooh, on the way. Okay, I got some ideas. I'm gonna spit them your way. Feel free to ignore them and completely wash them out if you don't want them. But we'll dive into a couple quick little things here. I'm excited that this is already kind of in mixing phase though. Also, David, all of these are saved. as VODs on the Red app. Over on the Red app, these are all saved to a playlist over there called Track Talk Live Stream. That way you don't even have to take notes. You don't even have to like have your notes out or have a pen and paper or something like that. This entire live stream is going to be saved to the other platform. You can literally, this will be like number 65 or something like that. So you can literally just chill, listen, take it in, whatever you want to, and then go back and reference if you want to. Just so you don't feel like a ton of pressure. I've been doing that for the last couple months now, or last maybe almost a year, maybe. It's been helpful. When I say I sing the vocals, I mean I recorded these songs at my own voice, and they are okay. Nice. Sheridan, if anybody does want to submit, you can. Let me double check something real quick. I need to see. And then David, let me know when you're back into. Give me a sec. Let me just double check this over here too. Submission is typically at my profile if you click on the link. And I do see DBizzy. So I'm going to close the line after. So once I get DBizzy's in, I'm going to close up the line, and then we might open it up for a little bit tomorrow as well. But I'll let y'all know. Got you. Okay, so line is closed. I got DBizzy in here. Line is closed. Now, if you are in line already, got you. I'm sad. Thank you for the follow. Let me get the legend DBizzy in the building. That's a great producer here as well. I got you, man. I appreciate you so much. If you are in line, you can still move yourself around if you want to skip. Or Shlowd, I got you. You might not have heard me earlier, man. I appreciate you so much. Appreciate you, man. You're amazing. Kat, yeah, I already addressed that. I already answered that. All right, let's get back into it. 75 virtual mix and master. Yeah, nice ad. Okay, let's see. Sweetening the audio by pitching up. Yeah, you could do some speeding. You could do some pitching and stuff like that. Let's get into the kind of foundational structure here first, and then we'll talk about some of that stuff. Oh no, you're good. You're good.
I try to let you go, but you're back in my head.
So you're talking about like not just like a semitone or like doing a full different structure. You're just talking about like repitching from 440 to what did you say, 532? Is that what you're talking about? 520. So you're just talking about. Thank you for the follow, mother. I appreciate it. You're just talking about like like a slight push of like what 80 kilohertz or 80 hertz. I mean, sorry. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, you could do that. I've done that on a couple records at a request from an artist, and you can. I mean, it can kind of change the feel. It can change kind of harmonic profile. It can definitely change some of the kind of atmosphere surrounding a song. It's gonna be subtle. It's just the way that your brain processes some of that information is a little bit different. So you definitely can. I don't think it's gonna be the thing that like makes or breaks the song versus a lot of other foundational elements. Because here's the thing that I think happens, David, and you're not this case, right? I'm speaking a little bit more generally here. A lot of times what happens is people think, again, speaking very generally, that like this one little trick or something is going to be the thing that fixes it, as opposed to the foundational stuff, right? Where they're like, you need better song structure, you need better sound design choices, you need better execution on the vocal side, you need to comp more consistently, you need to layer with a little bit more intention. A boost of 80 hertz or something like that is not going to be the thing that now people will connect with it or something. You know what? So I love those little tricks and stuff like that. I mean, they can be fun. I worked with an artist not that long ago, or was consulting with an artist not that long ago, where they were using Speed and they're using some other like tape tricks and stuff like that. So they actually pitched up or maybe it was down actually. I think they pitched it down. They like pitched down and slowed down the track by just like the whole master. They took the whole master and just kind of dove it down a little. It made it darker and moodier and a little bit more warbled. It just felt more vibey. It felt more interesting, right? But that wouldn't matter if the song sucked. Does that make sense? Like that doesn't matter if like the foundation isn't like really clean and clear and really, really well structured. So that to me is like, make sure that like the foundational mix is there. Make sure that like the foundational elements are there, and then decide if you want to be changing pitch, speed, and stuff like that, right? So that's how I would make, foundationalize it. I would make sure that that's at the forefront, and make sure that like your initial mix is exactly where you want it to be, and that it is equally as powerful and as present. And then if this would help, this 100 hertz would help, then we can make some arrangements for that. That's easy, right? That's pretty easy.
I keep moving on, but I keep hitting the dead end.
I love your voice, man. It's so good.
Memories of you are haunting me. Why can't you go?
I would love, again, I know this is early, so I'm going to speak to some stuff that I wished for in this mix that obviously will just come with the mixing process as well. So there's some things that'll say, it's like, yeah, it's just unmixed and it needs some of these things here that I would love to still kind of hear on this record melodically, right? One is as soon as you switch into this, as soon as you move into this like B section melody right here, right? This kind of, it's almost like a pre, but like this kind of B section to your verse right here. I would love like some support from other vocals there, whether it's just like a double of the vocal light to give you some space, whether it's like a following of a synth or a pad that kind of leads into that in the background as well. It would be nice to have something that this production is so simple that it would be nice to build out a little bit more of some of that background right there. So it doesn't feel too lonely. Right now, like your production is so open.
Let you go, but you're back in my head.
And that works with like your solo mono vocal here.
A
lot of space in between.
And
And then here, B section.
those memories of you are haunting me.
Haunting me.
Why can't you go on and let me be?
Let me be. You know, like a little bit more support. Like some echoes in there a little bit. Again, some of this will happen in the mix, layering it, but I do think having that double on that gives a little bit of support in the mix as you start to build out a little bit more of the energy in the production right here. Like you're building some anticipation. It'd be nice that the profile of the song doesn't get too stagnant. If it's like the exact same beat, exact same sound design, and exact same mono lead vocal without any changes in sound design, even the most amazing vocalist, it can start to sound monotonous with no changes. If it's too looped, right? If the production is too looped, if the vocal production itself is too looped, your brain adapts. It just adapts very, very quickly. It'll start to tune certain things out, even great things, right? It'll start to just kind of tune it out. It'll lose a lot of its impact, right? Having some movement is huge, 100%. So whether it's you're just stair stepping, like we always talk about stair stepping dynamics, and just opening it up a little bit and bring it back down. Once you get your mix, again, this is an unmixed demo right now. This is unmixed. Once you get your mix, some of these elements might be in play there, right? Automation on your delay tails and your reverbs at the end right there. A formant shift on the echo of the vocal at the end. That little pocket right there. There's a lot of extra stuff that can kind of come into play there. Okay, really quick, let me close the lines here, y'all. Lines are closed for today. Lines are closed for today, and then we'll open them back up again tomorrow. If you are in line, which is let's see, Bizzy, that one, Charles, and Shlowd, you can still move around. You can still put yourself faster if you feel like it. That's up to y'all. But I'm not going to take any new submissions tonight. I will probably open up the line again tomorrow. I'm not positive what my day looks like. I do have a lot of work I need to get done tomorrow. A lot of projects and productions I need to have a mix I need to finish up, and then another production I need to get moving on. So I'm not positive on how much time I'll have to go live tomorrow. We'll see. Let me just open this up here. Let me get that. Boom, close. There we go. All right, let me see. DJ, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Just right. That's funny. Okay. How to start writing your own lyrics? Like how to get inspired. Object writing. Object writing, I think, is the best way to start learning how to write lyrics and not get yourself in a rut. I have a whole video on it. I need to post more of them. Because I'm bad about making videos on stuff. But I do have a full YouTube video on object writing that goes into detail of what it is, how you do it, and an example of it working and an example of it being a song. So that's object writing, I think, is probably one of the best ways for you to immerse yourself in the world of songwriting in a way that is not restrictive, but the opposite. Object writing also gives you a tool to do 10 minutes a day, every day, if you want to build and flex the muscle of songwriting. I think object writing, peripheral writing tools are the best way to kind of get into it. I think some people I'm just going to start speaking. And for some people, if you're gifted in that way, if you feel like you are naturally gifted and skilled in the space of poetry and songwriting and stuff like that, then awesome. There's some people that just they speak in a way that's incredibly poetic. Songwriting comes very easily to them. But for other people where it's a skill you need to flex and a skill that you need to actually, build up and flex more often, then having like repeatable tools and skills are going to be really important for you. Okay, let's keep this moving. Let's keep it moving.
When the raindrops fall your name, but
Yeah, any type of music will,
I won't
100%.
go back, no, never again. I keep running away from all these memories. All I want is the death of the old me.
Great repetition, great energy here. The doubles coming in a really, really clean spot right here. You do have a little bit more buildup of the production structure here. So there's a lot that you have going on here that definitely has stepped up as far as dynamic goes here. So most of it, I think it's just the bridging the gap, right? You have like your verse right here, and then you build in some double layers on the hook. There's not a lot to like transition you or like change your dynamic range as you get there. That's why I think like adding in some layers on that pre right there will give you a little bit more punch and a little bit more drive.
What will it take for you to leave me alone? Don't want to keep fighting with all of my goals. All of my
And then I love this. So you put this dun dun dun. I love this like throwaway vocal on the left side, right? This. I love this little dun 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 on the left side right there. Beautiful. That to me needs to be your B hook on here. I'm the biggest, I think every song that has ever done incredibly well has two forms of hooks, a distinct instrumental hook and a distinct vocal hook. Like any song that I can think of has had some like, and in any genre has had an identifiable hook to the music that you are hearing, a lead element to the music that you're hearing, as well as an identifiable vocal hook. If you have both of those things, you have a superpower. You have this beautiful layer in the background, dun, dun, dun. I love it. It's a beautiful layer on the left side. It's a great little melody shift. It's the B flat to F right there. I love that little 5 that you have going on the left right there. I would stack that. I think that too needs layers. You have one on the way in the left, get another one on the right, maybe gang vocal, maybe not gang vocals, but a stack of layers right there. And that would like support it with a synth as well. Like have another like big pluck synth in the background. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe, whoops, not that. Dun, dun, dun. A little bit more energy right there. That's your secondary hook. That will be a part of the song that becomes equally as energetic and equally as catchy and sticky as a lot of the other vocal structure that you have. This is a great secondary structure that you have. You already have a really powerful hook. It could be really, really nice to build in another part of this that is also catchy, also has a lot of impact. Ethan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
running away from all these memories.
Why not a more percussive echoing snare in that chorus section? I don't think this needs a different snare. That's not even necessarily like true to the genre necessarily. I think in a space like this, having something that's a little bit lighter, a little bit more percussive, and by percussive, I just mean like actual like organic percussion and like conga and bongo riffs and stuff like that, hand pans, stuff like that are going to be a little bit more in line with the genre. It's going to feel a little bit lighter. You're going to rely more on bass rhythm, log drums and bass rhythm and stuff like that to give you energy in a production structure like this. Yeah, Afro house leaning 100%, right? Where like you're like log drums, 808s, bass line, stuff like that. Doom, doom. Boom, boom, boom. That energy is going to kind of determine your production structure here, and a lot of your low end energy, paired with a much like lighter, snappier, brighter percussion over the top. That to me makes more sense in this genre. Now, if you were going to, why not more time? It just depends on this. I mean, every song's different, right? So you could do that if that's what they wanted, or if they didn't want that, it could be, you could do it kind of in a different way. I don't think that this requires that right now. This is also not mixed. So there's other elements that are going to be positioned a little bit differently here too. I think it's a pretty busy vocal structure and already a fairly, I want folks' cars to vibrate. Hell yeah. It's already a fairly busy vocal structure, very consistent lyric introduction, and a pretty busy percussion already. I don't think it needs much more. It needs to be balanced. It needs to be filled out a little bit, but I don't think it needs much more in there. If you added more, it would just become a different thing than it is. And if that's not the thing that they want it to be, then that's a different song. Well, sometimes what I think a lot of people are asking for sometimes is just a different. It's not that this song needs to change into that. That's just a different product, right? Some people are, they'll come in like, well, why don't you do like a lead guitar here and like a different snare or a different percussion structure here? Why don't you do 4 on the floor? I had someone like with another song we were working on, be like, why don't you do a 4 on the floor? I'm like, that could work, but that would just be a different beat that you could make for a different song, but this is not this song, right? So in this context, I want to kind of morph and build on what's structurally here so far. Okay, let's get into this next section here.
I want is the death of the old me. What will it take for you to leave me alone? Don't want to get
Because there's a big pad and a synth in the background that's going to be a lot more vibrant when this gets mixed as well. It's like really quiet and thin in the background. That there's a big synth in the back. You can barely hear it. Once this is mixed and balanced, some of that stuff is going to push forward too, and it'll make it feel a lot more vibrant and energetic.
Keep fighting with all of my goals.
Like I want that. I want that to be, again, a secondary hook to your tag. That will end up being just as catchy as the hook of the song, right? Having dun, dun, dun in the background right there, paired with your vocal, double tracked, get that energy in there. That will be just as catchy as any other moment of the song, especially because that's going to be repeated over multiple hooks. So stuff like that, I would definitely build out. Add a synth to support it, add another vocal to support it. That's going to be a great moment in this song that, again, all of my goals, with the background vocal right there, that's going to be beautiful.
My ghost. Try to pray you away, but even God said face them. Face them, face them, face them, face them, face them, face them. Try to ignore that play.
I love the idea that dun, 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 and getting like an auto pan right there of kind of flashing those vocals back and forth in the background right there. I think that's it's a good call right there. I already like what you're doing. You're going from a center to the left, but I think you could even make that more dramatic in the background with like tasteful processing, automation on like a format shift in the background. Taste him, taste him, taste him, taste him. You know what I mean? Like some weird kind of modulated effects in the background there, as far as like format shifting, little altar boy style stuff, really subtly, that could make that really interesting in the background, as opposed to right now we're going center left cut and then a double on the left. I think this could move a little bit more dynamically. It'd be really funky, but I think it would be nice in the mix.
But the ghosting sweet temptations. Ooh, I'm tired of this running from me. But I gotta kill this version of me. When the raindrops fall, they sing your name, but I won't go back. No, never again. I keep running away from all these memories. All I want is the death of the old me. What will it take for you to leave me alone? Don't wanna keep fighting with all of my goals.
Like a big, you know. Big stack right there, like a lot of energy in the background. That's where you can bring in like gang vocals, right? You know, a couple harmonies, a couple off the mic vocals there, paired with the synth, a little bit of portamento to slide in. Dun, dun, dun. A little portamento right there. Like you can add a lot of energy to this hook and this post hook that drives this song like crazy. Shlowd 100%. I could 100% hear a remix of this and like so many different genres too, man. It's really, really nice. I can't wait to hear this mix too, because I know this is still really dry. It's still really raw. Yeah, yeah. There's some more of that percussion coming in. We can kind of hear it there. You know what you could also start doing? Okay, because I love the idea of, especially in like a late bridge like this, going into like maybe a last hook, of some like looped sections of stuff you already have in there as well. Like just as an example, if you have this, you have the last, that you could also chop right there. Like you can create some resampling of your vocal in here as well. That you could bring back into play layered underneath some of these vocals on either side as well. So we bring this down. Once you start to build it, let this sit dynamically. This needs to live exactly where it is, right? We need the dynamic range. We need to clean it up a little bit and then start to add more layers as we go. Then you could have some of those stacks in the background, whether with the synth or with the vocals. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Just as like once or twice in the dun, 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 dun. Just like those little layers. Yeah, yeah. Add choir boy to it. Wait, you talking about a little altar boy? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you actually talking about adding a choir boy to it? Let me know. Denny, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I don't know if you were talking about the plug-in little altar boy or if we're talking about different things. All right, let me back it up. Crunchcore, welcome in. Like here. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, like, yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these background vocals, that's where I want to get a little bit more energy out of it, right? In your actual layering of the vocal itself, like what you actually do within your vocal structure, and then of course on the plugin side as well, where you can expand this pretty dramatically. Dun, dun, dun.
No, 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 no. I want is the death of the old me. What will it take for you to leave me alone?
Because right now, last thing I'll say, right now you're relying on doubles of the vocal, octaves of the vocal to create your vocal width that you have right here, like expanding your stereo image a little bit more. And I really think you could also benefit at least as you stair step, like at least on this last hook beyond your ad libs with like a third note harmony over there as well. So it's not all just dun 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 dun. It's not all sitting right there in that same like fifth. It's not all kind of sitting just right within that fifth. But you get like one other harmony in there. I think that's kind of the name of the game is we're going through a lot of different sections of the song. We have some great ad-libs, but like it needs a little bit more to be able to compete with the energy of this production once you build it out a little bit more as well. Because right now the production itself is fairly simple in its current mix. I know it's going to sound a lot more vibrant when we start to build out more of the structure, but you have the duh, which is one singular vocal on the left side. You have a double of the vocal on the left and right, but you don't have any other chordal structure built on that vocal, like third harmonies. So you're relying on doubles and ad-libs, but you don't get any of the other like character and color from those other harmonies, or not very often. It happens occasionally, but not very often. So beyond the doubles right there, I would love to hear some other harmonies in there, especially like at least on like your last hook, right? If you want to slowly build out more energy, then at least on that last hook while you're floating away with some of these beautiful ad-libs, you have an amazing voice. It would be nice to just introduce a little bit more energy with like a third harmony over the lead vocal in addition to those stacks that you already have. Then stack up and make a choir out of that background. Maybe add another couple layers to the on the bridge and kind of the post-chorus. The name of the game right now is like you have good structure, you have an amazing voice, you have a consistent hook, great formatting for the song. So there's so many things that you're doing right. So many things that you're doing right. Now I just want to like beef up these vocal layers and make sure that they can compete in the song and make sure that like you have enough energy for the way that you're singing. It's like I hear what you're doing with your lead vocal and it's not like supported by enough. Whether that's the mix on the production, which is going to happen, I'm not worried about it, or the layering of your vocal to really give it some energy and really wake it up in the mix. That's kind of the last little thing that I'm looking at. There's some ad-libbed harmonies in the background right there, but I need a full, in my brain, I want a full structure of harmonies right there. That feels just really consistent, at least on the last hook. Come on, vocals, man. Same thing, we should be, because you don't have the vocal here in the outro here, this tack should definitely still have that vocal. And dun, 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 dun. Like that secondary vocal should still be a tag in the background here since it is on the first ones as well. Little things like that. You also show some love to David Gibbons. Dude, this is such a great record. It's so catchy. It's so catchy. You have an amazing, this is an early demo. This is unmixed. You have a phenomenal voice, man. A phenomenal voice. You're so talented. You're so gifted. You're a great writer. The structure of the song, I think, is fantastic. So for me, the last thing that I want to look at is a couple layers. It's a couple little ways that we can wake up the mix with your like third notes. We can stack some of these vocals, get a choir on some of those ad-libs and stuff in the background as well, and actually get this, feeling as vibrant as the production has the potential to be. But this is amazing, man. It's really well done. I can't wait to hear this built out because the structure of it to me is locked in, man. It's a good song. It's well written. It's well structured. You should be proud of this, man. I'm excited to hear how this moves forward. Y'all show some love. That is Ghost by David Gibbons. Dude, you're amazing, man. Look at here. Hey, thank you so much, Slasher. I appreciate you so much. Shout out to David Gibbons. He has music out. He's been doing some incredible work. Retrack, thank you for the freestyle. I appreciate you so much. He's been doing some incredible work over the last couple years. And we love you too, Slasher. We do. He's been doing incredible work. So please show some love. Go look him up. Go see what he's been doing. It's a really talented individual right there. Go follow him, all that fun stuff. Let's keep it moving, y'all. We got a couple more songs. This is going to be our last two or three, I think. Last three songs. All right, we got Shlowd in the building. Shlowd, let's run it. Shlowd, give me the details. Listen to Contact Project by Shlowd. Let's get it, man. I appreciate you more than you know, man. Thank you so much for being here, man. You've been coming in over years at this point, man. It means a lot. All right, this is Contact Project by Shlowd. Shlowd, you know the deal better than most. You've been here for years as well. It's good to see some of the family in here. Give me context, give me details. And I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much for sending in. All right, Timothy, welcome in as well. Y'all keep tapping the screen over on TikTok. Share out the live with a few people. Remix or premix or both. Who knows? All right, this is a Contact Project by Shlowd. He produced this. If there's any other details you want me to know, please drop it in the chat. Let's get into it. Yeah, people are submitting for long-form consultations. About 30 minutes apiece. Yeah, we're closed for tonight. I might be on again tomorrow, so just make sure y'all are following. I'll open up the lines again tomorrow and we'll start fresh. I'm not familiar, Patrick. Hi-Fi Man sounds familiar, though. Let's go, Shlowd. If y'all are on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. What's up, Aaron? Welcome in. It's dark. I feel you. I feel you. Nice, some variation in the build-up and stuff. Hoy, thank you for the follow. interesting sound design. Let's go. Oh, it's starting. Yo, show some love. Casey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let's show some love. That is Contact Project by Shlowd. Yeah, we need to find some ways within this Shlowd. There's some really interesting sound design, some interesting vocal structure. We've got to find a way to wake it up, right? Because it's like we were talking about with some of the last artists, right? Where you have a lot of information that keeps going for a very extended amount of time, doing kind of the same thing, same vocal chop and structure right here. We need to find a way to kind of shift the energy, shift sound design a little bit to kind of wake it up, right? Build out some structure that feels a little bit more interesting. So let's talk a little bit about that. We'll break down a couple little parts in here, but that's the thing that I'm realizing is just like over a certain amount of time on the same vocal structure and the same kind of in the background right there, that's where I'm running it. My brain starts to slowly tune it out a little bit because you're getting a lot of the same looping. Now you switch it up a little bit, but I think what happens is you throw a wrench in the system, you shift it, and you transition in an interesting way, and then fall back into the original sound design again. And then my brain goes, oh, familiar. And then it kind of shuts down again, right? So we need to find some ways to kind of wake it up. We need to find some ways to kind of shift the energy a little bit there as well. Philip, I appreciate you tapping in, y'all. We are closed. It's on different platforms. We're closed over here on the other two. We are closed for today. So we will be opening up the lines again, maybe tomorrow. I'm not positive. I've got a ton of work to do this weekend, a ton of projects I need to catch up on. So I might go live. Arun, thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in over on that platform as well. But yeah, we are closed for today. We will potentially open up the lines again tomorrow. I'll most likely be off on Sunday. I don't think I'm going to go live on Sunday, but probably for at least just a few hours tomorrow. Okay, let's get into this. This is Contact Project by Shlowd. We're going to chop through a couple things. I'm going to try to move it at a decent pace for these last couple tracks. We do have 2 songs left. Currently speaking, that's why I always have the lineup on the other platforms. We have 2 songs left. Currently, that's Charles and DBizzy, I believe. So anybody that's left on the board will be saved for tomorrow or the next time that we're able to go live on all the different platforms. Okay, really quick. This is a small detail. How you navigate this Shlowd is up to you because I don't mind it. It just might need to be it may need to be edited just a little bit, right? So I'm looking at 2 different lines that you have in the background. You are on the list, but people have skipped past you right now. So I have 2 songs left. I only have time for 2 songs after this one. Currently, that's Charles and DBizzy. So they just skip past. So you can skip past or just chill. I always make sure, this way I always list this when you read through all the information, that the board is modular. People move around all the time. They skip to go faster and stuff like that. But I will always make sure that your credit is saved. I have a detailed list of everyone's name and credit that gets left up on the board. In fact, you can actually see on the line if the line is up. I have all these other names from yesterday's live that I make sure that I always have up there so that I can toss them straight up into the board. In fact, some of the people from today were from like a couple days ago and we got them up and then they got heard, right? So it's just a little bit modular in that way. I'll never listen without you. I'll always make sure that you're taken care of. Always make sure that that you can hop in at any time and say, hey, I'm back, I'm here. And I throw you straight back up on the board. In fact, usually I'll offer free credit for people that get saved as well, just depending on the situation, to make sure that the next time you come in, you actually have a little bit extra to kind of compete on the line if people are skipping a lot and stuff like that. I try to make sure that y'all are, taken care of as much as possible. Okay, let's get into it. Shlowd, let's dive in. We're closed for today, right? We're closed for today. We just got 2 tracks left. We'll be live again for a little bit tomorrow. The list is on the other platforms that we're live on. You can submit on my profile, but the list to see the line order and minimums and when we're closed and stuff like that is on the other platforms. But I do always make sure that we stay closed here whenever the line is closed up. Okay, so 2 things really quick. Let's get into some of the little technical details. So you have a sub bass doing one thing, right? This is an F sharp to G sharp. Boom, boom. It's low, it's deep, it's handling a lot of your subharmonics right there. Then you have an F minor 5 progression walking up right there, right? I hear that in the background. That immediately kind of feels out of tune since you have. This is basically what's happening. Dun, 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 right there. and then you have, that's the tension that we're constantly hearing. You hear that kind of every time that rolls through. Now, it's pretty light right now because it's pretty far back in the mix. I don't mind some tension. I don't mind some dissonance. It can make sense. It can work. There's a little bit of mud right there just because of that. Then the other thing that happens is then the vocal comes, is doing that, right? So then you have all of those notes kind of happening at the same time. So it's like a little like key problems in the background right there where you have the F sharp minor walk up. You have these notes with the second. That second right there, that really close second is going to give you a lot of tension. And then the vocal that comes in and does the one over right there. It's a chromatic push, right? So all of those things happening at once are creating a lot of tension. It's low. Technically in the right key, lots of dissonance and lots of tension, right? So if that's happening at the same time, what you might want to do, and I'm gonna toss this out there, you can ignore it, please. If it doesn't feel right for the song, you would have to reframe a lot of your production. So if you don't feel like doing that, ignore and move on to something different, right? What you might want to do to make this all make a little bit more sense is do F sharp to A probably. F sharp to an A, so you get a little bit more of that third minor push. So these notes are matching versus that's like, ooh. That hits a little bit tighter, it's a little bit more cohesive, right? I love it, Charles. I love it. Beautiful, fantastic. It just depends on the chat, right? It depends on the live. There was one live stream where we had like 5 heavy metal tracks back to back. It just depends on who happens to come in with what music. So I'm such a fan. Like there's times where we'll literally go from like a chill lo-fi record to an energetic pop record to like a country song to death metal to like a worship song. Like it's gonna be all over the place, man. It's super fun. It's all over the place. So I love it. Some people come in, they're like, hey, I'm like UK drill. Is that okay? And I'm like, trust me. Just some people will like come in with something that's super heavy, and they're like, hey, I make like girly pop from the 80s. Like, is this okay? Like, it's gonna be all over the place. Okay, so this really comes down to Shlowd. What's your okay having in the song? What amount of tension is okay, right? Technically, you can kind of make any note work, right? Like you can be chromatic, you can have accidentals, you can have a lot of space in this record that is weird and quirky and interesting. Rio, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. You can have a lot of interesting things in your song while still, having it feel fairly grounded, as long as you lead into something that like resolves a little bit better. So that's what I would look for in this. We're closed for today, Rio. I appreciate you tapping in. We're closed for today. I might be live again tomorrow. I appreciate you tapping in. We'll probably be, I'm not positive. I'll probably be live tomorrow. Dude, you're totally good. Hang out, chill for a little bit. No worries at all. Not a problem. I'm a state champion concert pianist for ragtime. Ragtime is a different animal. Alan, that's amazing, man. That's fabulous. I love it, dude. Thank you for tapping in. That is, please do. Yeah, please do, man. I don't know time. I got to finish up a production tomorrow. I've got to finish up a mix tomorrow for a client. So once I'm done with those projects, I will potentially be on for a little bit, maybe a few hours. Not positive, not positive on time, but hopefully at some point I'll be live again. Either way, I'll be live most of the week, next week, hopefully. So we're looking for like the relationship between that bass line and your synth melodies. That's kind of what I want you to focus on. The other option is just to keep this on the F sharp, right? So you can still have, and then you have the big synth that comes in, right? The big synth bass, a stack of saws right there. Have that energy in there, and then just hold on the F, like until you get into more of the movement. You could intro simpler if you feel like it. You could intro simpler and just lock in on the F sharp, let that melody be clean over the top and kind of harmonize over the top. And this is super clean. And you're just chilling here for cats. You know what I'm saying? And you just build a little bit of energy there. And then when these other synths come in, they change the energy, right? Like you're giving yourself a little bit of room to grow. It's not just like we're here and then we're full on, then we're back here and then we're full on. There's a little bit more of a journey to it. It ebbs and flows a little bit. And you're also not creating all of that dissonance and all of that tension unless you want it, right? I did hear that when I worked on this earlier, and I tried just tuning it just with fine tuning. Yeah, I think it's in the same key, right? If we're technically, loosely, the vocal changes, the vocal has an accidental, so we're technically in like F sharp minor. That's kind of where we're sitting for most of this. The vocal then has this chromatic push, right? It has this accidental that puts it at the G, which is not inherently in the key of F sharp minor, but you're getting a little bit of that chromatic push that does help with the tension. Technically, these are in the same key. This A and G sharp, they're technically in the right key. So does it work on paper? Yes. It just depends on how you build the instrumentation, how much tension there is. It is, but it just didn't seem right. Yeah. So what I would do is, again, you could change that to a different, change it to a different, I don't know if you're doing it. I don't know if that's a bass loop in the background or if it's something you put in. If it's in MIDI, obviously you could just bring it all to just hold on the F sharp and lock that in. If it is not, you could also use Melodyne to retune. You could chop it and retune it and just bring it back down so everything's on the F sharp, or try going from the F sharp to the A. It's a UDO clip. Okay, so that's where you probably, it's an audio clip. So I don't know if do you have Melodyne, Shlowd? Let me know. Because if you have, Mozane, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You can tune audio clips too. You don't. That might be your next. I'll tell you, I have fixed so many samples and loops and stuff that like artists have sent me. Production, like I had someone send a production to me and he said, "Hey, dude, do what you need to do with this. I'm not that great of a producer, but I really want a good mix on this song." And he sent me a record where like the bass was not in tune with anything else. Like all the 808s were out of tune and stuff like that. He said, "Hey, do your thing." I can't fix it. I don't even have the brain capacity to fix it. Anyway, so he sent it to me and I literally retuned and redid the entire progression of the song on Melodyne with his synth basses. So he literally like he sent me some 808s that were just doing the wrong thing. And I literally just pitched them down, remodulated, form and shifted them again, and did all of that in Melodyne. It is like, to me, Melodyne is there's not a lot of plugins that I feel like you need to purchase. Melodyne is one of them. Like, even if you're doing a bit of vocal work for your productions and stuff like that, as a DJ, as a producer, you're doing remixes and stuff like that. Like, I don't think you need, you can work magic with stock plugins, right? Like you can do magic, like if compressors and EQs and de-essers and saturators and stuff. You can do magic with stock plugins. You don't need any. You don't have to get FabFilter unless you really want to do mid-side and some other analysis on there and some really fine-tuned dynamic stuff, right? You can. You don't have to have FabFilter. You don't have to have a bunch of UAD plugins. The one thing you're not going to get in your DAW that's good is manual control over a vocal, and that's where Melodyne shines, right? Manual control over the vocal is just it's so, and the instrumentation. I have played guitar solos, overshot a bend on one of the like boomer bends at the end of a guitar solo when I was tracking for a client. It was a little bit out of tune, and I just said boop, and I dragged it into place, and it was a perfect guitar solo. It sounded amazing. Like, there's so many things that you can do that are just so wildly beneficial. I use a lot of Melodyne, but people are telling me there's a faster, easier tools now. There probably is. So like, Dan, the way that I always approach this, and that's valid, dude. That's completely valid. I am now used to the interface, and I don't feel like changing. It's like as simple as that to me. Like, I am used to the interface. I have used Melodyne for 19 years, dude. 18, probably, yeah, 17 or 18 years. I've used Melodyne for like 17 or 18 years. And so I'm like, why? I mean, there's Antares graph mode. There's other quick pitch plugins and whatever. I know the interface. It's just so much. It's so much easier. What's up, Adam? Welcome in. So like, that's to me is like, yeah, there's a bunch of other plugins that you can kind of do now, but Melodyne and Solemnity is going to be one of those companies that they are going to be more likely to like stay on top of what they're doing because they have done it for so long. And I don't know a lot. Tavo, what's up, dude? Tavo, how you doing, man? It's good to see you, bro. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like Melodyne to me is just like, especially when you start paying for higher ones. Like, obviously, that starts at like $130 or something like that. I think the one that I have is like 400 or ish, something like that for the version of Melodyne that I have. There's so much more control over amplitude and modulation per blob of note, sibilant control, implosive control, timing, phase. And it is so natural to do, I don't even know whatever, is that editor? I don't know. The one that's like $400, whichever version that is. I don't know if that's studio or editor, or they have all their random names for it. It's like, I'm used to it. There's no reason. And then this, like when people are like, Studio One is now has this thing that's like better than Pro Tools. I'm like, I've used Pro Tools for 19 years. I'm not switching right now. You know what I mean? Like I'm used to the interface. There's other stuff. What I will usually do is just add other DAWs and add other plugins as soon as I reach pain points, whether it's MIDI control, but even with that, like I'm getting XLN, I think so, XLN OT or something like that. And it has a lot of MIDI control and production sampling controls in there that are like, that allow you to do what you do in FL Studio, creating like percussion loops and stuff like that. Are you Mozart's son? Maybe. I actually don't know if that's my father. Like there's, because one of the things that I miss in Pro Tools is MIDI control and drum programming and stuff like that, right? That's great in FL Studio. It's great in Ableton. It works. It's not as intuitive as an interface in Pro Tools. So I would like to get other programs, but now you can just get other plugins that do what FL Studio does, and then drops it in there. I'm from Egypt. Have you ever heard Egyptian? I have a couple times. I don't know specific identifiers of it, but we have had a couple people that come in. Actually, 2 or 3 lives ago, we had someone who came in who is an Egyptian artist. Really, really cool. Okay, anyways, let's get into it. Adam, I am from San Antonio, Texas. My wife and I were in Dallas for about 2.5 years. We moved up there. I had a small studio space that I had up in Dallas, and then we're back in San Antonio again. Okay, so Shlowd, key structure here is going to be really important, and then let's move on from here. Okay. Zach's in the building. What's up, Zach? Welcome in. So you could use it to tune a vocal to a key. Yeah, 100%. You could, like, I mean, if you want to do like resampling, so you could literally like, let me show you real quick. Just as an example, Zach, it's good to see you. And then I'll move on, right? Just as an example, I'm going to go into here. This is, I don't even know what this is. Wait, what is going on with, what are those drums? Hold on. What's going on here? Oh, this is a TR7 playing? I was like, wait, what is going on? I was like, why is there a TR7? I was hearing this. I was like, that sounds like shit. That sounds absolutely terrible. I forgot I had pulled up a TR707 for, I was like, hold on. I need to delete this. It's going to drive me nuts. I pulled it up for another artist to show him something on their song. And I was like, anyways, you get the idea. So like I have this, it's a little synth loop in the background, right? If I go here on Pro Tools, I'm just going to come right down here, and we're going to put our edit mode to Melodyne. I can pull it Melodyne. Here's all of the notes, right? Like this is literally all of the notes of this synth right here. And some of this is not going to be captured in a way that's really distinct. Like it's so interesting. It's so interesting, but you could technically like come in here. This isn't captured very well. I would probably want to go into my algorithm here, set a different capture algorithm to be a little bit like polyphonic or something like that. And that's not, this is an audio clip. This is just it right here. And again, this is, finally another Pro Tools produce. Dude, I love it. Dude, I've just done it I've literally produced on Pro Tools. Pro Tools was the first DAW I ever used. I used a bunch since then. I've used Reason and FL Studio and Ableton and Reason, but I don't know what Studio One. I've used a bunch of them. Logic. I've kind of used and had them all at different times. And I've just always come back to Pro Tools. For me, I do a lot of capture in the studio. So whether it's synths, live drums, whatever, vocal editing, stuff like that. So in here, capturing, playlisting, comping to me is one of the most important aspects of it. And that's one thing that Pro Tools really does shine in. Use them all, Pros in my home, but Logic. Logic is great. Logic is great. If I were to like hit reset and just want like the easiest thing, Logic is probably the easiest to get into. I would like to get Ableton potentially too, but also then I don't want to spend $800. Reason, what's up, Lord? Reason, Reason's great. Reason's interesting, but so this is like, I don't know if I have, most of this I've tracked or printed or is already MIDI. So I don't have a lot of other ones here that I can kind of edit in here, but like, yeah, anyways, Melodyne is great for that stuff. So if you want to do like manual control, if you want to do manual control of your samples, I've literally retuned samples and stuff. You could take a vocal and pitch it up easily, and then you could still form it. Like the nice thing within here, just as an example, right? If we go back to Melodyne, right? If I go back in here, Tavo, thank you for the caps, dude, and for the bubblegum, dude, Tavo. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the cap. Thank you for the bubblegum. Thank you for the other caps. Tavo, I hope you're doing amazing, man. It's been a while since we've heard from you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. It's good to see that name pop up, man. Sheridan, welcome back in as well. Thank you for the Cubans. Bo, dude, show some love to Tavo in the building. That's the family right there. That's my little brother right there. I love you, man. It's so good to see that name in the chat, man. I appreciate you tapping in. Let me switch back over here for a second. Thank you for the crown as well. Okay, let me see. So like right here, I can come in here. On my tools. Yeah, it's going to be invaluable too. Like I can come in here and then remodulate, right? So like I can change vibrato and modulation. Thank you for the charmer, Bo. I appreciate you, man. You can change modulation here, amplitude, how much pitch drift there is between the different lines. I can come in here and I can format shift, timing changes, stuff like there. Tavo, it's so good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. Like if you want to like take the same vocal and I've used this to create vocal layers that never existed. Well, I'll just take a copy of another vocal. If it's all the artist has sent me and I'm like, dude, this needs layers. It does. It needs layers. I've used Melodyne I've copied another track down, added in another vocal, created the harmony, format shifted in a different way, changed the modulation, like slight different waveries and pitch and modulation of the entire vocal track. And it sounds like there's another vocal there. Like it sounds like there's another vocal, like a female vocal in there. So I'm like, you can work some magic with Melodyne. I'm not saying it's like the GOAT for everything. It's really good at what it does. It's really, really good at what it does. Okay. So let's get into this. But that's one way that like I used Melodyne to change a whole entire synth part that an artist sent me because they wanted me to, and I was like, let's do it. All right, let's get into it. I gotta move faster. Okay.
Fire, I just wanna feel the hum till my body's going numb. Flip the switch, let it surge. I know how to make you merge, baby. This ain't just a game.
For Melodyne, Zach, yeah, it's not pretty. Here, let me give you some advice too. Look for holiday deals. Almost every major holiday, Melodyne will have a 50% discount on upgrades, right? So the way that I did it is I got the $130 one, the base one, right? $100 one, $130 one. I got the base one. And then for like Black Friday or something like that, and this is years ago, but like on Black Friday, they had 50% off upgrades. So the next upgrade would typically be $100 more to get the next tier. I got the upgrade for $50 a year later, right? And then another like year and a half or 2 years after that, it was a July 4th special, whatever. I don't know, some bullshit, right? They had another deal, 50%. So I got another $150 upgrade to the $400 version and got that for $75. So I basically spent like $225 to get $400 worth of upgrades, right? So little things like that. Tavo, thank you for the fireworks, man. I appreciate you. Y'all show some love to Tavo. Follow Tavo. Tavo, I appreciate you more than you know. There's a Facebook group for audio plugins and deals. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You can look on Plugin Boutique. They're always having bundle deals and stuff like that. Be on the lookout. Okay. The reason why this works right here with the vocal is because the production's so simple. Sub bass is really simple. Small pushes in the synth that you have in the background. So the vocal works really, really well over this. Tavo, love you, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's crazy love, man. That's too much love. I appreciate that so much, man. Hearing kind of the same thing happen there again, where you have, oh, where'd my piano go? Hold on. Wait, what else is, this is soloed. I was like, wait, what's going on? Yeah, you're getting a little more of you're getting a little bit more of that there. So if you can rework that progression right there, that's going to sound a lot cleaner. This empties out really nicely here. What you might, okay, so you're talking, this is your second buildup right here. I think part of what to me requires a shift in energy is we need to get the sub out of the mix for a moment here. Thank you for the 20 winks, Tavo. I appreciate you. Like we need to get the sub out of the mix for a second and rebuild energy. The sub's kind of, even when you break down here, that sub's always there. It's always there. It's always super heavy. Sounds good, right? All through this low dynamic. You have a really, really heavy low end constantly. So part of why this second breakdown and the second buildup doesn't feel that impactful and feels like it needs some new information, and it's always really heavy. It always has this really, really prominent sub bass. Sounds good, right, in context. But what we probably need to do is break this down to a completely as we're gonna know it was live. I was like, where's the trumpet? He's like, what is going, when's he gonna shut up? How long is this video? Resin's been sitting out there for like 27 minutes on the outside. Like, I thought they had 10-minute limits. What the hell's going on? Well, I appreciate you being here. Okay, let's get into the rest of this right here, right? So, but sub bass is super prominent. So you don't get any of the break-in dynamic right there. What you should probably do is switch that out, go for another synthesis or another synthesizer or something that is going to give you a little bit more of that energy right there in the mids and in the highs that still dictates your dynamics, that still tells you the progression that you're in, but isn't constantly on the low end with a ton of energy behind it. I was like, this. Is it pre-recorded? Hey, shout out to the quality. Shout out to the Canon, man. Canon's making it look pre-recorded. Let's go. All right. Yeah, the sub bass is a big part of it not feeling like it empties out enough here and reintroduces a lot of energy right there. Doesn't get too quiet, but energy is lower. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you can just reintroduce Stephenson. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You can kind of. Let me see. You can still have. You can still have some energy in the middle of the mix right there, where it's like it's plucked, it's muted, your cutoff is really low. That's kind of sitting over the section. And you start to open it up. You know what I mean? You start to open up that cutoff, build in some layers, and then have a riser right there, have like a white noise riser build up right there. You can build up a lot of that energy right there without relying on the sub to do the transition and to fill in that whole void. You can just have another little pluck in there, another little kind of static, staccato production structure in there that feels really poppy and plucky. That'll, I think, give you a break from sort of this really warm, like low, dark, fat sound that you have in there. We just need a little bit of a refrain from it for just a second. Like we just need to restrain for a second so that when you reintroduce some more energy, it matters, right? Like you bring it back in and you feel sharp. Feels really, really good. Let me get into this last little section here. Does this feel helpful? I hope this gives you some direction, because I think it's progression, sub bass, making sure those things are lined up, between the bass and the melody that you have in the background. I think if some of those things are lined up and then maybe some variation, it will make the bass so much more powerful because it matters that it's there. If the bass is always there, you'll start to kind of tune it out, which is why I was like, second section here, I'm kind of like tuned out a little bit just because my brain has already adapted to it's this huge bass that's like always there. So I'm already, my brain has lost the power of it being so impactful. Like it's already lost a little bit of that just because it's there so often. What kind of music do you do? Literally all different styles all over the place. In the last month alone, I've probably worked with like 8 different genres as a session musician, as a producer, as an engineer. I'm working on like a classic R&B record right now, a contemporary track. I'm working on I just finished a progressive metal track 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was working on a country album for an artist. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. I've tried to make myself fairly proficient in a lot of different genres, and it's definitely helped. But yeah, I'm all over. I like synths a lot, so I like doing a lot of music with synths. But yeah, I work in a lot of different spaces. All right. This last little synth, you're running into a little bit of those same issues, right? The bump, boom, bum, 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 bum. You have this big kind of poppy, plucky, flanged synth here at the end, right here. In this particular part of the structure, you're running into some of that same issue where it matches some of the elements in the mix, but not all of the elements in the mix. So just make sure that every element's pointed in the same direction. They're following the same, same structure across the board. Someone grab it top left. Wait, what? What's top left? Wait, hold on. What did I miss? 100%, Zach. Wait, what did I miss? Tava, what did I miss? What did I miss? Someone grab it top left. Oh, where? Open. Oh, wait, someone got it. Someone got it. Dan, wait, Dan got it. Hold on. I always get confused. I always forget about the treasure box. Hey, shout out to Tava for the super fan. Nice. Dan deserves it too. Dan's amazing. I love Dan. All right, let's get this close out right here too. Shout out. I was like, hold on, what's going on? I'm still getting used to it. Someone said that the other day. I forget who. Oh, MSP. MSP sent that in the other day. They sent in a whole bunch of crazy gifts and stuff and went nuts. Thank you so much for the gifts, man. Tavo, Dan, y'all have been amazing. I appreciate y'all's generosity so much. Shout out to Dan being a super fan. It is Dan, the man, the band, the super fan. Like if there was anyone that deserved another "an" attached to his name, it was Dan, the band, the man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, let me get into the last section here. I said I was gonna go fast. I'm going slow as hell. Dan, the man, the band with the super fan. Let's go. So like what I would love to hear here is just for you to promenade some of the lower synths that you already have, right? Like you already have this, right? I would almost, instead of following here, Stephenson, thank you so much for the Lucky Lenny, something like that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Y'all been amazing. Man, y'all been so incredibly generous with the gifts today. I appreciate y'all a lot. Thank you for that. I would almost rather you just move to these, like I said, readjust the bass to go minor here instead of following these kind of like major pushes right there. Jackson, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I would almost rather that you just follow this and then have the vocal doing that. Like that sounds a little more like eerie and weird and dissonant. It has a lot of tension to it as opposed to these that I keep hearing. I keep hearing that melody, right? So this high synth, it would be better to probably not follow, right? It's doing that. And that's where all that tension is coming from with some of the background synth. It would almost just be better if that synth, boom, 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 dun, 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 and then you have the vocal doing, dun, 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 dun. It's nasty. It's kind of tense. It's kind of weird. It's kind of, it's a little bit rugged around the edges, but I do think it offers you maybe a better, like a softer form of tension than some of the other progressions that we have in the background, if that makes sense. Y'all show some love. Stephenson, I do. We've had some really cool, there's an artist here called Strings Live. They changed their band name. And now one of the guys is doing solo. But they are from Norway. And they had some really, really interesting, like Nordic music that we're doing and some of the stuff. It was really, really engaging, like really cinematic and really beautiful. It was amazing. Y'all please show some love. Show some love to Shlowd. Shlowd is the family Shlowd. I love you, man. I love what you do. I love what you do stylistically, creatively. You always have some really, really interesting production texture, some really, really interesting production build out that you do. I like a lot of what I hear here. There's a couple elements of this that just kind of need to be like realigned, like come back under control and realigned again, dude. And you're gonna be ready to go. Y'all show some up to Shlowd. Let's keep it moving. I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you. Let's keep it running. Dude, Tava, what are you up to, man? Shoot me a message if you don't want to say anything on here, but what are you up to, man? What are you up to? Let's keep it rolling. We've got Charles in the building. Charles, let me know if you're in the chat. Armin, welcome in as well. Let's see. That's why that vocal on there is going to make me feel like I need to talk in like a low vocal fried. All right, let's get it. We got Charles about to wake us up. It's 9:11 where I'm at. Never forget. It is 9:11 where I'm at, and Charles is about to wake us up. I'm not going to be sleeping tonight, I guess. He's about to snap us out of the chill vibes that Shlowd just had us in. Dino, bro, but I'm good. Hope you guys. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, dude, there's so much going on right now. We are here. We are alive. We are breathing. Life is life, but also there's a lot of great things happening. We're both very, very busy. You live in Norway, Stephenson. Take me there, please. Adopt my wife and I and get us out of this hellhole. All right, this is Charles Browie. This is called Compound Fracture. Stephenson, my last name is Norwegian, if you couldn't tell. Torvik is obviously a very prominent a prominent name or whatever in Norway. So my lineage is definitely Norwegian, but I wish I had more connection there to where we could actually like live there or get citizenship there or something. That'd be cool. But unfortunately, I cannot. Unfortunately, I don't believe that I can. They don't really do too much in that vein. But anyways, this is a side note. Let's get into it. Everything, including the recording of the video and our single, is all DIY. I'd love an honest opinion. Okay, I'm assuming this is out. This is Compound Fracture, and I know we're about to get into it. We're about to get into it. This is Compound Fracture Head Collector. yeah. We're about to get into it. King, is it King Drippin'? Don't spam the chat. I want to make sure that you can still, initiate in the conversations here in the chat, and you'll get muted by mod if you spam. The line is closed. The line is closed. It says right here, we're closed. We're going to open it up maybe tomorrow for a little bit. Not positive. I appreciate you tapping in. I appreciate you being here so much. But don't spam the chat. Otherwise you will get muted. That's not how you submit here. It's typically up at my profile, but we are closed for today. All right. This is Compound Fracture. Let's get into it, man. Let me see. And we got the official music video here as well. I would love to know more. So Charles here in the chat, let me know. Give me some context. Give me some details on the song. Give me a little bit of context on the role that you, Charles, particularly play in this band. And give me some details. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about production a little bit, stuff like that. Let's get into it. This is Compound Fracture by Head Collector. What's up, Kiro? Welcome in. How'd y'all track this?
I collect.
A snare is cranked. It's open and it's cranked. Play the guitar. We're looking out of Southern Indiana. Everything is mic and direct in. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, I love that. That's fire. For this genre, that's like fire. I love that. Let's go. I love it. It is short to the point. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Y'all, give it up one time. That is Compound Fracture Head Collector. This is out on all platforms, right? So I'm gonna stream it. I want to pull it up on Spotify, so we can get into it over there, and obviously get you a stream, get you a monthly listener. Might as well. So let me dive into it. Our guitarist taught himself how to record. I love it. Compound Fracture. Let's go. Let me pull it up here. Fabulous. This is your only single. Came together in 2024. Intention to create a unique, brutal slang. Dude, let's get into it. Okay, let's dive in. I'm going to run it on Spotify so we can hear the recording on here, of course, and just released it. Let's go. This just came out. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. All right, y'all show some love. Charles, thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate it a lot. I mainly want to talk about, if you're cool, I just want to talk about a couple little like mix details in here. Talk to me about who's doing that right now. Is it one of the band members that's handling mixing? Or are y'all sending it to an engineer? I know you said you recorded it in your tattoo studio, which is fire. I love that. Let me know if you're sending it out to someone or if one of y'all is doing it yourselves. Homie that did it for us. Okay, beautiful. Let's dive into it. Let's get into it. There's a couple little things that I would love to hear. So let's talk a little bit about that. But this is great. This is very in line with the genre. The thing that I want for this is for it to be raw. I want it to be organic. I want it to sound crazy. I want a wall of sound, but I also want like good separation, right? And good clarity for these different elements while keeping it as energetic and raw and trashy as possible. I still want that wall of sound. I still want heavy double track to quad track guitars. I still want blast beats on the drums to be going crazy without any of that running into each other, so that you can hear and distinguish all of those amazing things that are happening on the track. Andrew, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Fool on a Hill, welcome in. We got a lot of the family in here today. Oh, that's quiet as hell. Let's bring this back up. All right, y'all, this is Head Collector by Compound Fracture. This song is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, go stream the track, go add it to your playlist, go like the track, go follow on Spotify, so on and so on. Let's get into it. And then, y'all, we got one more track after this. One more track after this. DBizzy, you're going to close this out if you're still in the chat. All right, let's run it. Dual tracks on the guitars, 8 strings. 8 strings, thick gauge, super, super low. I mean, those low chugs are nasty. They're brutal. They're crazy sounding. So immediately, like, one of the things, it's been good, Andrew. It's been good. I've had some like weird technical stuff with TikTok. It's been a little bit weird. Okay, here's one of the things that I'm running into, right? It's a little bit of low end inflation across multiple elements, right? Drums, kick, snare, even into the overheads, double track rhythm guitars, and then the bass itself. It has this kind of what sometimes I'll just call like a pull tech curve to it. Just it's kind of like the typical sub boost, high boost pull tech curve, right? I love the pull tech. I use the pull tech all the time. The pull tech is amazing. It's a fantastic. I don't know if this is what's on there, but it's the same kind of curve. I love it. I use it on everything. It's it's my Frank's hot sauce. I use that shit on everything. The pull tech can be amazing. It can also be a bit of a crutch, and can also really hold you back in your clarity, especially if you have it on a master, if you have it on a guitar bus, if you have it on a drum bus. It can really easily create a lot of mud. The pull tech, especially, or a pull tech style curve, where you're kind of inflate like 100 hertz and below, you're kind of boosting to get this like heavy weighted, thick drum sound and these heavy double tracked rhythm guitars, stuff like that. And then on the high side, you have this like 12K push, 10K push, this high shelf that you're creating, even if you're attenuating a little bit. You have this really bright high shelf that's making things kind of crispy and brittle at the top end, but also kind of muddy and boomy at the bottom end. What I would love to hear from this is a little bit more like cohesive vertical mixing, where it's like you have a heavy bass, but that bass is not just thick and boomy, but it's also kind of bright in a strange way, but especially with metal, especially with heavy, when you're mixing heavy basses like this, I want to hear like string attack. I want to hear string and never fall apart. Welcome in. I want to hear string attack. I want to hear a little bit more of that action at the top end, especially around like 4,000 hertz, 5,000 hertz. I want to get a little bit more of that energy in there, not just thickness, not just body, not just low end boost. Because then what happens is that just takes over the entire thing. That could be through my processor. Okay, got you. Pull tech is good when it's already good and you need some more. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's really, really beautiful as just that shimmer at the top, man. It can open up a signal really beautifully. It can also, give you this nice, thickness and saturation that works really, really well. Really well. But it's got to be tasteful. It's got to be tasteful. So that's one of the things that I'm looking at. It might not be a pull tech. It could be just that style of curve, right? It's giving you this inflated low end. So what's happening, it sounds like potentially on your master, just because it's happening on a lot of different elements, but it also could be individual elements in here as well. Never fall apart. Thank you for the follow. So what I would do is I would soften some of that and I'd regain some clarity. I want to hear actually more. If you want your bass to stand out, ironically enough, Zeus, thank you for the follow. Ironically, if you want your bass to stand out, a lot of what's going to help that bass stand out happens in the mids and the highs of the bass. That's where you're actually going to get a lot more of that transience. You're going to get more string attack supported by body underneath it. It's not by just boosting bass frequencies, right? So if you want that bass to stand out and you want it to feel like it's got some weight, it's got some energy to it, look at where a lot of that string attack is happening. It's going to be supported by the low end. It's going to feel heavy because bass is a heavy instrument that reaches pretty low. Saturate it lightly and increase. Give yourself a little bit of a nudge at like 4,000 hertz, 4,500 hertz. Push that forward a fair amount and watch the bass just like come to life like crazy. It'll just open up like crazy. It makes a massive difference, as opposed to what a lot of people end up doing is like, I want the bass louder, so I increase bass stuff. I increase bass frequency, and they go to like 200 hertz and below, low shelf, crank it up in order to get a lot more depth and a lot more heaviness out of it. When a lot of that is actually going to happen a little bit farther above that. Because Live is Bass is so insanely bright, and so is mine. Yeah. So I think what's happening is that's just not it's not translating in the studio. And that is where, okay, sounds good, Eli. That's where it's not translating to studio. Maybe because you're going direct in the studio. I don't know. Obviously, the difference with how it's happening live, if you're direct live and that's just being mixed on console, or when you're live, if you're like miking an Ampeg stack, or like I have a big kilo in here, like a heart key in here, two bass amp in here that's loud as hell. It's like 1,000 watts. It's loud as hell. Like it depends on kind of what you're doing live and how that's being processed. But there's a difference in translation between what's happening in studio and what's happening in live. So just make sure, as much as you have the capacity to, that you are able to re-emulate that, and make sure that, to me, source is everything. Source is absolutely everything. You don't want to be doing all of your sound design and shaping in the box, ideally, especially with music like this. Now, this is different if this is a Taylor Swift pop record, right? And we could just get in there and do some VST synths and maybe some analog stuff, but it's all pretty formatted for you. You can edit in MIDI, line some things up, and you're clean and you're ready to go, and you can overbrighten or whatever. This is a raw record, right? This is a powerful wall of sound, raw metal record that's loose and it's nasty and it's grungy, and I want that to be reflected in here, but you're missing a lot of like the natural characteristics of the instruments, which is making it sound a little bit muddy, right? It's a mic in on one track and direct in on another track. I got you. This is all, dude, 100%. So you're miking cab for bass and then also going direct. Okay, so now this just comes down to, like, this is like when you're doing multiple mics on a drum, where it comes down to offering different things for each signal and make sure that they're not stepping on each other's toes, right? So where you might be miking to get a little bit more of the room, a little bit more depth, and a little bit more attack, and then direct, you might want to just like fill in and process sub frequencies a little bit more directly, or whatever it may be, right? And kind of feed in the two. This is just going to come down to balancing those different mixes, balancing those different signals to make sure that they work well together, that you know exactly why each individual one is doing what it's doing, and it's not just two bass mixes pushed really hot. The balancing of that is going to be really, really important. But this is not. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, it takes a while to kind of get accustomed to. So I don't want to like overwhelm you with information. I don't want this to feel like this is like just too much. Dude, I don't even know. I'm just trying to figure it out as I go. So I hope I can weed through that a little bit as well. But the biggest thing for me is you have a lot of the kind of overarching point is there's a lot of low end buildup between all of your different elements, drums, bass, and guitars. A lot of low end buildup at like 400 hertz and below. They are disguising each other, right? So when all these elements come in, there's like a vocal at the top, which sounds really nice. There's a vocal at the top and a snare that snaps through, and then a wall of low-end frequency below that. And so you've lost all of your clarity and your separation between those elements to like be able to rehear, like, what is the guitar? You have some great, double track guitar riffs in here. What are they doing? Like what are they actually playing? I lose a lot of that separation and distinction. So just be really, really careful and really tasteful when you're boosting low end, and make sure that as you do that, if you need to do that, that it's not disguising any other tracks. It's not covering any other tracks, but that there's room for all these different elements to exist in the mix. That to me is one of the biggest things. Killer vocal too. I mean, the vocal's nasty.
I collect your fucking head.
What's up, Mail? Welcome in. These like low false chord, like nasty, like really, really heavy texture here. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think like the main thing that I'm kind of digging into, and the thing that I want a little bit more of is balance, right? Because I'm hearing a lot of things that I really like about all of the individual elements. It's when they're all in together that you start to lose them, right? Clarity of your riffs and the double track rhythms. Obviously, lead vocals have great drive to them, great energy and vibrancy to them. They're incredibly heavy. I love it. The drums themselves, they're doing a lot of the right things as far as like building out a production structure and building out those blast beats. There's a lot that's going on that's great. I lose the bass almost completely. The bass to me just sounds like it sounds like a Honda Accord 3 miles away with the 2 subs in the back, right? I'm just getting kind of the peripheral energy of that bass. I'm not getting any of the actual like energy from the bass. I'm not getting any of like the picked string attack and any of the heaviness right there. So that's why I think to me I would almost bias towards reducing some of that low end energy. Empathy, thank you for the follow. Reducing some of that low end energies just so we can regain some clarity again and regain some separation. It's so because there's so much that I love that I'm missing. You know, like I can tell that you're doing some really great things on the guitar side and really great things on the bass side that I can feel that they should be there, but they're not presenting themselves in the mix. So that to me is where I would focus a lot of your attention is in processing low end information. I think y'all are great musicians. This is a great vocalist. It's structured in a way that is heavy and it's nasty and it's grungy. And so I'm like, dude, like that's half my job as an engineer and half of like why like this job exists at all, is part of what you want to do on the engineering side, especially if you're doing it yourself. A lot of what I want you to do is focus on removing. It's not about, if you get your tone right first, if you tune your drums well, you mic them well to an extent, tune them well, you mic them well, you play them decently. If you tune your guitars, you set them up well, you focus on your tone at the pedals and at the amp, and then mic them accordingly and position them accordingly, check phase, whatever you do. If you take care of the source, you sing well, you control proximity, you bring the right energy to your vocal track. If you do what you need to do at the source, you can get into the DAW and just balance and polish and position and make sure there's room for everything, and then run with it. You're not doing a whole lot. But right now, I think a little bit of what you're dealing with as well is you're tracking and you're dumping everything in there. And then you're trying to rely on the DAW to like fix a lot of these issues. And that's creating some other headaches for you. We're like, well, we need more bass. So we're trying to like boost this over here and cut this over here. You're doing a lot of more surgical stuff in the DAW to try to make space for all of these different elements. And then you're running into some headaches there as well. As in production software, I've been messing around on, shout out to GarageBand. I'm a guitarist with a fading spark. Ain't nobody around me to play with the ball. Dude, you're in a great community, man. This is a great space. Tons of musicians, a lot of people that have been in the same position that you're in that struggle a lot in order to actually build out what they're doing to stay inspired after years and years and years of doing what they're doing. So this is a great community, man. I'm so glad that you're here. There's a lot of people in here that have been in the position that you're in of struggling to be re-inspired with what they're doing. How do I submit when it opens again? All submissions happen at my profile. If you click on the link, all the details are there. Okay. And dude, yeah, 100%, Charles, 100%, man. Y'all are very like, I'm hearing a lot of things that I like. So again, bullet point, and then we're going to move on to our last track. Bullet point is I want you to focus on Studio One for the recording. Like I said, he's also teaching himself. And dude, I love that. I love it. What's up, Fago? Welcome in. The arrangement matters a lot when it comes to mixing. Yep, 100%. This all matters. The source over everything, right? And if you're teaching yourself, it can be a slower process. Nothing wrong with that at all. What I think the priority should be is removing distractions from the energy that you want. Right? So this is when it comes to taking care of mud, when it comes to like a vocal that has harsh sibilants and those S's and T's sound absolutely brutal. It sounds super, super bad. It's not like you just like have to fix sibilants. You can have, there's songs that are out there that have some harsher sibilants. It's not nearly as distracting based on the production structure. There's this, We Are One. What is it? We Are One Tonight or whatever. The song by Fun. There's this, I can't think of why can I. We Are Young. Jesus. I was like, what is the name? The song We Are Young by Fun. If you listen to that hook of that song, so there's 2 different vocal takes on the song. If you go back, you can break it down. There's dude, 100%, Sam. Dude, it's so good to see you, man. I know it's been a minute. 100%. There's a song by Fun called We Are Young. It's a song that blew up like crazy years ago. It has like 2 billion streams, right? Or like 1.5 billion streams, something insane. Billions of streams. The song, the vocals like not mixed that well. Like there's some harsh sibilants. There's like the verses are like fine. You go to the hook and it's like, ooh, it's got like, if you turn it up in the car, it's like, it's actually pretty harsh to listen to. It was not distracting based on the structure of the song, unless you're looking for it, which I like to look for some of these. This is fun to look into that, some of the stuff. Like it's not distracting in the context of the mix, right? And then you go into another song and it might be, you hear that S and you're like, ugh, it sounds horrible against the structure of the production. The production might be really warm and kind of dark, and that sibilant slices through and it sounds terrible, right? So it's the same thing with a lot of these things, right? Your goal as you build out in engineering and you learn this process for yourself, as your engineer is kind of working through some of the stuff as he just kind of gets used to the process and working in mixing, it really just comes down to them focusing on reducing distractions. So if the guitar is not shining, what do I need to remove that's a distraction from them shining? Whether it's, excuse me, low end energy, whether it's, some of the balancing of the vocals, whether it's the drum mix themselves, positioning of different elements. Focus on not necessarily trying to shape and mold your sound within the DAW, but trying to remove distractions from the experience, right? Sometimes it's harshness, sometimes it's mud, sometimes it's low end buildup through multiple elements, right? That's what I want you to focus on, because the energy is there. Mainly within EQ, mainly within EQ. It's half of my job is just like, oh, here's a good vocal. That second hook, again, if I just look at it from distractions, like that's kind of the way that I approach it, honestly. I'm looking at distractions. So for me, I'll get a vocal in the mix, right? And then we'll move on to DBizzy. We'll close it out. 100% Fuego. Same. I'm removing distractions, right? So someone sends me a vocal and it's a really, really nice, it's a good quality vocal. Second hook, that the vocal, they hit a high note and it's flat. It's flat. That's a distraction when you're listening to it. So I go into Melodyne and I drop it up to the D flat again, right? I put it in there. I've removed that distraction from the experience, right? I go to the kick drum and the bass and they have another synth bass in there. They're all really, really cool elements. But when both basses hit at the same time, one of them's not phase coherent, right? One of them kind of cancels out the other one. It phases really weird. It's kind of nasty, and they just don't work that well together. So I get into, maybe I flip the phase on one of them. Maybe I, edit out a little bit of the low end on the synth bass, and then I push a little bit harder on the lower one, and create a balance between the two that makes sense. I've removed the distraction of loss of energy when the basses are together, of hollowness in the mix due to phase issues. Like I've removed that distraction. So when I'm approaching all these things, the vocal is like sibilant and it's harsh and it's kind of nasty. It's still a really, really good vocal, but there's a distraction in there that's going to keep people from wanting to, even subconsciously wanting to listen to the song again and again and again. So I'm going to remove that distraction, right? That's kind of the way that I'm approaching a lot of these things is I don't want people to hear what I'm doing. I want to be transparent in this process. I want to kind of get out of the way. And how I can do that is not by slathering this whole thing in crazy amounts of compression. It's like, how do I respect the song? How do I honor the structure and make sure that everything has its space in the mix? And if I can pull out some of these weeds here that are distracting from this really, really nice record, whether it's a heavy metal track, it's a trap beat, it's a whatever it may be, a pop record, a country song, whatever it may be, if I can remove some of these distractions, then the song will just shine. And then when the song shines, I can get creative with some of these other elements, right? I can do some creative little effects and whatever here and there. But first, I got to get out of the way. I got to get all of these things out of the way. Anyways, that to me is a way that you can approach it. It's like, okay, all of this bass buildup is distracting. Because when I play it through a system that has a sub, right? You might play it, you might go reference in a car. It's like a stock Honda Accord, right? And it's like, it's fine. This actually sounds pretty decent. But then all of a sudden, someone who has a Escalade, I don't know, making shit up. Someone's got a car with a sub in the back, right? And 17 speakers in the headrest. And that sub kicks in and all those bass layers build up. That's all they're going to hear. That is all they're going to hear is and it's a metal track. You want to hear the, I want to hear the transients. I want to hear the snap. I want to hear all this pop cutting into the mix. But all I'm going to hear is, you play that at a club. You play that at an event, right? That's a playing of your record, not the live performance. And you're going to get all that buildup. Someone's like, oh, Leah, let me show my friend the song. They play it through their soundbar, their Sonos soundbar that has a sub. All of a sudden, the ability for the system to handle that low end is actually going to be to the detriment of their experience, because since it can handle the low end, it's going to inflate it like crazy and it's all they're going to hear, right? So that's why that balance is so important, because you're removing the distraction from anybody in any environment to be able to handle that record and listen to it in a way that's like really cohesive and really powerful. Anyways, I'm ranting. Y'all show some love. I love what y'all do. Compound Fracture is the name of the band. Head Collector is the name of the single. It just came out. It is our first single. Go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go run up the numbers. Go follow on Spotify. All of that good stuff. I love what y'all do. It's a powerhouse record. It's really, really well done. Yo, Charles, thank you for the galaxy. Dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you, dude. Charles, thank you for the galaxies. Both of those, man. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for your generosity. That means more than you know. Is it George or Jorge? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. All love from this end, Charles. I can't wait to see how y'all grow as a band, as a group. Y'all are fantastic. For those of y'all asking about music, I'm gonna lose my voice, man. Is these allergies in tandem to me talking on live for 4 hours after listening to music all day and working on music all day. I'm going to lose my voice. I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow. Okay, we got one more song. Y'all, we are closed. We're closed. We've been closed for like the last hour or so. We're closed, and but we will potentially be live again tomorrow. Not positive. Potentially be live again tomorrow. So definitely tap in then. Make sure that you're following, etc., and we'll open it up. Yeah, Sam, first single and self-mixed. Crushing it. DBizzy, let me know if you're in the chat. Let me know if you're in the chat. If so, there's Busy. Busy's going to close this out today. Give me a moment. I need to go get some water. I'm fresh out. I'm going to use the restroom, get some water. I got to show you some new stuff we're about to put out and a rebrand we're doing. Ooh, I'm intrigued. East of Edo, they're over on the Purple Apps for those of y'all who think I'm talking to a phantom here. East of Edo is a fire band. They're so good. Very high quality stuff. I'm always very impressed with them. That you got me intrigued. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna get some new water, and then we'll close it out with this last one. This will be our last one. So just give me a couple minutes, y'all, and then we'll close it out with the legend, DBizzy, the producer. All right, one second. Yep. It's time for DBizzy. All right. Give me a minute, y'all. Yeah. Bathroom break. I'm getting some water, and then we'll close it with the last one. I'll be right back, y'all. right. All right, all right, all right. It's time. Lord, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you a lot. All right, let's close it out, y'all. Let's close it out. Let's close it out. I forgot my water. Give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Hold on. Let's do it. And we're back. And we're back, and we're back. Sorry, I got water and forgot it. I got water and then forgot it. Lil West, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Cinema. That is it's one of my productions. It's a song. It's actually out. It's called A Glimpse of Color by Torvik. Yeah, it's been out actually for maybe a couple years at this point. But it's just an instrumental that I made to send out, hopefully, for placement. So that's I don't do a ton of instrumental tracks like that I actually put out. But this one in particular, I had a couple aims that I was putting out there, for putting some feelers out there for some sync libraries. Anyways, but yeah, it's called A Glimpse of Color by Torvik, and yeah, I think it's maybe a year or two old at this point. Oh yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't recognize it, but yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been out. When did I put this out? Let me see. It's on Spotify here. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate that. 2024. So yeah, probably a year and a half to 20. I can't talk. Year and a half, 2 years ish, something like that. Thank you, Lois. I appreciate you. Okay, let's get into it. But yeah, that's one of my old 80s tracks. I love that's my 80s stuff. I love my 80s stuff. Okay, this is DBizzy, the producer, a phenomenal producer, dude. Let's get into it. I'm getting it downloaded right now. Let me read through what we got here. And then we're gonna close it out right here. This is our last one. Just a demo, not mixed, in editing phase. This is early. Me and my brother Shaul maybe read it. Wait, is that here in the chat? Shaul? Is that Lord right here in the chat? Yeah, what's up? Let's go. Hey, sounds good, Wes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tapping in. Let's go, Lord Shaul. Well, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you for tapping in. I was like, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right, this is DBizzy on all keys and all production and BGVs. Kevin Cummins on the bass. CJ Lil Chris on drums. Michael Allen on guitars. JR Nelson on vocals. Tanya Baker on vocals as well. Let's go. Hey, Lil Wes, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for tapping in today. All right, let's get into it. This is early demo. Early demo. And so then, okay, so you are a co-writer, right, on this one? Shaul, let me know if there's any other role that I should look for you in here as well. Dude, I'm so excited. Let's get into it, man. I'm ready to break it down. Last one, y'all.
On this journey, I've been wounded, I've been broken and
Perfect.
taken
Beautiful.
apart. Now I'm lost in outer space, away from you, alone.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Dark. It's been too long, I'm dying and ready to come back home. If I had wings,
Come on. Trey. Appreciate you.
My patience is low, and now I am weak.
This 6/8 push is really weird. I like it.
I'm needing to
It's a weird 6/8 push. Accented every count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. With the syncopation in between. It's tickling my brain in a great way.
I need you to guide me through. Yes, if I had wings, I would fly away. Far from here, I would fly to the sky. I would. Yeah, yeah. Way from here to the sky. If I had wings, I would fly away. Fly up to the sky.
What's up, bro? Damn. Come on. Come on. Thank you for the follow. Dude, what an...
Step right out. You won't believe your eyes. For the world is but a stage where no one wins a prize.
What an experience. God damn. DBizzy. DBizzy. This is what, dude, I forgot what I was doing halfway through this. I was like, oh yeah, I should be listening for stuff. You know what I mean? Like, bro, you just like took me up into the rafters, and I'm outside of my body right now. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh yeah, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? What am I doing here? What am I looking for? What am I listening for? Like that was an out of body experience, man. That was wild. So many twists and turns, such interesting structure. Sound design is nuts. These vocalists, man, goodness gracious, God. Let's run it. Yeah, Peru, man, I'm telling you, I went somewhere else. I forgot what I was doing here. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top, and let's get into it, man. What a crazy record. What a crazy record. I see a lot of y'all in the chat asking about submitting. We are closed. We're closed for today. This is our final. We're going out on a bang. This is our final track of the day, and then we're going to get into we'll open up the line maybe a little bit tomorrow. I'm not positive. I do have a lot of work I got to get to tomorrow here in the studio, so I'm going to prioritize that first, and then if I have a little bit of time, I've got an hour or two, maybe I'll listen to like 4 to 6 songs tomorrow, something like that. We'll do a short live, just to kind of depending on what my workload looks like. But this will be the last one today. But to make sure y'all are following, and then we'll open things back up again tomorrow. Yeah, this is our last one. If it wasn't you, then it would be another 9 people that would be the other last songs. But this is our last song, because if it wasn't you, then you'd be behind all the other people that would also be the last song. Because I've got a list of people. Okay, let's get into it. This is Fly Away by DBizzy, who's writing here, as well as Lord Shaul, who's right here as well. Crazy. Let's run it from the top. I don't know what we're doing, man. This is wild. It's a good record. You just transported me. I feel transcendent right now. This is a wild space. Yeah, I think tomorrow I gotta rest my ears too. Dara, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I've been working on music for like 8 hours today, and then streamed for 4. It'll be like 4.5 by the time we're done, or 4:15 by the time we're done. That's 12 hours straight of listening to music. I gotta rest these. I gotta rest these ears. Unfortunately, are the money makers. I gotta rest them. Please listen. Stinkfist. Interesting name. It's true. That's true. All right, let's get into it. Yeah, Sam's been here a bunch of times. He knows the deal. All right, y'all. Last one. We're closing up. Let's get it.
This journey, I've been wounded, I've been broken.
Woo, come on.
Taken apart. Now I'm lost in outer space, away from you, alone in the dark. It's been too long, I'm dying and ready to come back home.
It is.
If I had wings,
It's progression. Yeah. Okay. Here, this is one of my. I have very few things to say about this DBizzy. It's a beautiful song. It's so good. It's the movement, the progression is so dissonant. There's so much tension to it. But it works, dude. It works beautifully. The only reason why I would shy away from the distortion on the lead track, not on a supportive track, is because I am losing the vocal. It needs to be mixed. I know it needs to be mixed. So that's whatever. Like, I know it needs to be balanced. That's not the part that I'm kind of digging into. It's the fact that I lose some of the like separation of the vocal, and I lose the clarity of the phrasing. I lose the clarity of like what's being said. And I feel like the message of the song, the whole lyric structure of the song to me is vital to the way that you feel it. So that's the only reason why I would shy away from it, and or put it on an aux, feed it in parallel while maintaining clarity for the lead vocal. That's kind of where my brain's at, or just do it more subtly. That's the only reason why. It's because I love hearing the lyrics here. I love the message. I love the feeling behind the song. And I feel like if I miss that, if I miss that in this record, it's going to be a little bit of a shame, and I want to feel it. I really want to feel it. Is this the Clarion? No, it's a Neumann M147 tube. It's similar look, but no, it's a Neumann M147 tube. Let me say, you did. This is your fault. Like, I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything that's going on there. That's why I would bias towards separation and clarity. Bias that way. If you need to support it with layers or auxes that have a little bit more of this oversaturation or overdrive on it, stuff like that, to kind of break up that signal, do it. But bias towards clarity for the lead. I just don't want to miss anything. There's so much great activity here. I don't want to miss a detail. Synth pads being micro, there might be partial pitch bends or something like that, or like it could be DBizzy would know if it's like slow like slow LFOs, like a pitch adjusted LFO. So it's actually pitch bends. Yeah, that's what I was kind of assuming. Either like a really slow LFO causing some of those microtonal bends, or pitch bend, automation and stuff right there. Yeah, they said it's pitch bend. So yeah, it is technically, it's not, you're not even necessarily going like a full semitone. So you are technically doing some microtonal bends there. Yeah, it's nasty. It's giving you so much tension. Dude, I love it. I love so much about this. Hitting the 6 right there. Bum, 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 bum. And you really just like, it's like a vocal warm up. You just say, like you're just, it's like you're just like walking through like vocal warm ups with your basses and with your guitars and with the synths. It's nasty, dude. I love it so much. But you're hitting every single count of the 6/8 with it, with syncopations from the drums in the background. It's such a great texture, man. It is such a great dude. I love it. I love it. If they are pitch bend, it does push it. Yeah, it does. You get this really weird lift in the synths in the background. It's great. Woo! I would love, I mean, dude, gosh, it's just such a powerful song. It's such a crazy record. If I had wings, I would fly. Let me hear this melody lead in right here really quick. I want to hear the lead and melody really quick. Come on. If I had wings, I would fly. Like this energy, like there's this like lead and melody that you do, that it's matched with her harmony. If I had wings, I would fly away. And you have your backgrounds that come in and kind of stack it in the background right there. Beautifully, beautifully done. I would love some level of consistency with that melody or one of those melodies in order to just make sure there's still a foundation of vocal stacks and like vocal texture that keeps on going. Now you bring in these extra vocal layers and vocal stacks on the outside that then do repeat, but your lead melody with her lead melody then just kind of float around. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you tapping in. Or follow one. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate it. And those other vocals do give you some support later on, but I would love for like that actual production structure for the vocals to be a little bit more consistent so that it matters that those other vocals float away, right? Because I feel like if the foundation of those vocal stacks isn't really locked in, isn't like really consistent, you know, hook to hook and structure to structure right there, then it will all sound like it's changing all the time. And there's no like melody for me to sing with you. We're like, I want to get into this hook as a consumer of the music, as just a listener of the music, and be able to just sing, if I had wings, I would fly away, fly away. If I had wings, I would fly. Da, da, da. I want to be able to scream that with you. I want to be at a concert and just be singing that. If I don't have that melody to attach to, then I'm going to miss, I will love the way that it sounds, but I'll miss connecting with it. And I think a song like this, it's so vital that you connect with it, that we can all sing with you, that we all know the hook and we can all just blast that. But if I don't have that foundation, then I will love the way that it sounds when I hear it, but I might not remember it and I might not connect to it as deeply as I would love to. So that's kind of what I'm listening for. Like, this song came out of me practicing guitar scales because of D. Dude, I love it. I love it. It's phenomenal. So that's anything that I mentioned here at all has nothing to do with the quality of it. Has nothing to do with like what y'all performed. It's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. Anything that I mentioned is strictly from the standpoint of I want it to stick, and I want this to be like performed at the Grammys. You know what I mean? Like that. I want it to stick. And I know y'all have that skill, 1,000,000% over. I want it to stick. So that's kind of what I'm listening for, is I want these like early melodies to be really, really locked in, then float away with the other stuff. I want it to be really, really locked in. So you hear how if I had wings, I would fly. That lead melody changes again right there. Love it. It sounds so good. It's so great what it's doing right there. That to me still needs to be in context of the same melody happening, right? Like, if I had wings, I would fly. Having that melody still there, and then that being an ad lib over the top of it. That happening over the top needs to have like a foundation to it, so that the melody every time the hook plays isn't changing each time, because then we won't be able to remember it. As a first time listener to the song, I'm impressed, but it won't stick. And that's the one little thing that I want to make sure happens here, because gosh, the musicianship, the format, the scaling, the phrasing of this, everything else is just gold. It's so good. I love everything about it. Woo! What's up, ladies? All right, let me get into this next section here. This is nasty. It's nasty. It's nasty. Love the emptying out of the bass right here. Gives you a lot of dynamic shift when everything comes back in. Like Like right here, I want to hear like the other like male vocal coming with it. "And if I had wings, I would fly." Like whatever that first lead melody is, right? Like start to lead in there with that tag. Start to build the original. If I had wings, I would fly. Because that's your like lead melody lead in. If I had wings, I would fly. Like some consistent melody beyond ad-libs. Because it's like now, and again, has nothing to do with quality, has nothing to do with like skill. I mean, these vocals are crazy. These vocals are absolutely crazy. It's such a flex, and it's so impressive. I still want to be grounded though, so that we can latch onto it. Otherwise, the whole hook is a bunch of different ad-libs, and you don't have anything to kind of call you home. That's what I'm looking for. Because dude, this is nuts. Skill wise, we're on 1,000 out of 10. You know what I mean? And so that's the thing that I'm kind of listening for here. Is I don't want anybody to miss this. I want this to get out there, man. This is so crazy. Ooh, I like that. Is that a guitar in the background? I think there's a nice little like a guitar riff in the background too. Again, so much ad going on, so much ad-libbing going on in the background outside of the foundation of vocals. We're missing some other elements that need to cut through. I know it's still in edit phase and it's not mixed, but those are the things that I'm talking about, where I'm like, there's some foundational vocal things that need to be supported, some foundational other elements in the background. Beautiful guitar. I hear this phenomenal. I was like, oh, I didn't even hear that the first time. Beautiful guitar solo in the background. I want that to take, I ride the fader. I want that to take center stage for a second, pull vocals back, push them to the outside, or cut them while the guitar cuts in right there. And just blast, like push that to the forefront right there, let it ring, and then bring the vocals back into play. Like let things kind of live in their moment. Let the song have a little bit more of a grounded structure as far as where those vocals are sitting. And then gold, dude, you're absolutely gold. Because that guitar solo is just gorgeous. I was like, oh, I just heard that tone for the first time. I started to hear some of that phrasing in the background. I was like, oh, hold on, what's going on back there? And then I was like, wait, I want to hear that. I want to feel that. Yeah, I'm hearing all these beautiful arpeggios in the background. Jaeger, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I hear all this other beautiful stuff happening. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to feel more of that structure in the mix right now. Woo, come on. Nasty. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's completely unmixed, bro. It's completely unmixed. They're still in editing. Panic at the Opera. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's so good. I love everything about it. Show some love to DBizzy. Show some love to Raul, who's right here in the chat as well. Or Shaul, sorry, Shaul. Show some love to them in the chat right here. That was written by them, produced, and a lot of that performed by some other amazing musicians, session musicians, collaborators in here, and also a lot of those keys, synths that you hear were all DBizzy right here, and co-written by Shaul right here in the chat as well. What a record, man! What an absolute! It's unreleased. It's not even mixed. OG. Donnie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. It is not even mixed. That is an early demo where they still need to edit, and it just sounds crazy. This is proof, as someone who works professionally as an engineer, that the mix is like the fifth most important thing. The fifth most important thing on the list of things about a good song, good performance, like just emotional translation in your music matters more than anything. You could put this out as is, and it would be more impactful of a record more than a lot of other stuff. OG is my little brother for no way, no way. No way, no way. That's amazing. That's amazing. Like it's as far to like it's going to be, I already know it's going to be mixed gorgeous. So I'm not even worried about that. But like, this is so good. It's a good song. It's a good record. It's a great structure. It's great musicianship. I love it so much, man. I love it so much. I love it so much. Y'all, please show some love to Lord right here. Show some love to Lord. Show some love to DBizzy, the producer. That's the family right there. Love and appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is crazy, bro. Yeah, that was a raw demo. That is not even mixed. Show some love, y'all. That is going to close it up for today. We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I got to get out of here. I got to rest my ears, especially if I got to work on more music tomorrow and some more projects. So I love and appreciate y'all. For those of y'all who don't know, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. So if you're ever interested in those services, shoot me a message. I've got all the instruments here in my studio. So if you need live drums, you need acoustic, electric, or bass guitars. Of course, synths, keys are kind of my thing. That was the thing that I do a lot of the session work for. So I do a lot of like hardware and analog synth stuff like that. If you ever need work, let me know. Shoot me a message, and I'll be happy to make something happen for y'all. I gotta rest my brain. My brain's on fire. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one. Peace.